Thank you. Perhaps you can remain standing for a couple of prayers. I'd like to ask Fatuma to come and give us a prayer to be followed by Willis. Thank you.
Thank you. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
Willis? I thought I saw Willis. Okay, let's pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you this morning with thanksgiving in our hearts. We thank you for gathering us here this morning, and where 2 or 3 are gathered in your name, you are amongst them. Thank you for making it possible. Thank you for all the arrangements that have culminated in this time that we are going to have together. We pray that it may be blessed in everything that we discuss, in everything that we do. We pray that you may lead and guide us, and may you take all the glory. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you. You may take your seats. Okay, for those who don't know me, my name is Esther Masika. I'm currently serving as secretary in the executive committee of the Parents Association. So I'm the one who's blowing up your phones with messages and emails all the time. And we are really, really glad to see how much we've grown and how far we've come. So I just want to say on behalf of the PA, we are very grateful for your presence. Just some housekeeping before we start. Obviously, you'll meet the other members as they come up. The first one is, if you're here because you received a message from your class teacher, we actually have our own dedicated phone line for the PA, and we also have a dedicated email address. If you do not receive those messages on WhatsApp or on your email, it means that you're not a part of the committee. So the details will be posted on the screens, and please sign up, because it makes it very much easier for us to be able to communicate with you and give you all the information that you need. Otherwise, you miss out. So as we go along, kindly sign up, ask a friend to sign up. If you don't know how, you can look for me or any other member of the executive committee. The other thing is, like I said, breakfast will be served until around about 11:30. So as you feel hungry, you can come to the table and they'll be ready to serve you. I'd only kindly ask for not a lot of movement while the speakers are speaking. Yeah, but in between, you can always come for something to eat. The washrooms are down this corridor. Those of you who haven't been at junior school for a very long time, left. And we also have on your hello? Okay. We also have on your right ablution block. So that's where you will you'll take your comfort breaks. You can also school if you need to have a walk. One minute. Sorry about that. Yes, so that's all the housekeeping I had for today. Again, any questions, comments, just look for one of us. You'll know who we are in time. At this time, I'd like to invite our chair, Jennifer, just to say hello and to officially welcome us for this event. So thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you, Esther. Hello, family. Hello, family. All protocols observed. I stand before you as the outgoing chair of the Parent Association to welcome each and every one of us to this meeting. It is important and very key that we all sit until the program is done, because I'm always saying, this school belongs to all of us. It doesn't matter what position we hold. Parents, teachers, management, operations, this is our school. So mine was just to welcome you and ask you to be calm, to be cool until we are done. I can assure you the PA has very good goodies all the way to the end, and kindly don't miss out. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. As you can see, I'm being very ambitious. I think I need to change my title. I'm also the outgoing secretary. We'll explain why later, but yes. We are very grateful for the weather. I understand some village elders and sages, and we believe that we will have good weather to the end. But if we have to quickly ask you to make a run for it to the assembly hall, just ask you to bring umbrellas, so you should all be ready for the day. Okay. So one of the reasons why we've been very active is really we are the voice of the parents. We are your voice. And we wanted to have our events also tailored to us as parents. And, you know, the school does a very good job in preparing events for us, whether it has something to do with our children or anything else, assemblies, graduations. And so for our parents' events, we really wanted them to be very parent-specific and tailored to us. And on that note, we like to have somebody who can come and speak to us as parents and tell us something, you know, about our parenting journey, because we are all parents here. That is what we have in common. So this event, we are very privileged to have John Njoroge. I will invite him to come, but just as a background, he's a psychologist, and he's very accomplished. He's a writer. He also serves as the chairman of the membership committee of the Kenya Psychological Association. He's a father, and he's passionate about coaching, mentoring, safeguarding, and organizational behavior. I don't want to say too much. I'm sure he will talk for himself. So I just want to welcome John Wills Njoroge to come and give us a word. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? How is your morning? Fantastic, good. What else? Great. I will ask us to stand just a bit. Let's stand. And we have eaten. I want us to stretch a bit. How many people went running this morning, or you went to the gym? Okay, I had someone say that it is all in the mind. So, okay. Now, I want you to touch your head. Shoulders, waist, knees. Head, shoulders, waist, knees. Very good. Now, we have instructions. Do as I say. Not. Okay. Higher. Head, shoulders, waist, knees. Okay. Let's do it now. Head, shoulders. Okay, waist, knees. Head, shoulders, waist, knees. Knees. Sasa nimeona magoti iko kwa kichwa. Let's have our seats. Karibuni sana. This is a great day, and I'm grateful to be here this day. And most importantly, working with schools is one of the best experiences, because schools and parenting is the greatest statement of trust from your maker. And being entrusted to shape your child, to steward their future, it's one of the best things. But now, I remember growing up at some point when I was younger. My parents were very happy. My mom was very happy. But when I became a teenager, she bought a bigger Bible. So I don't know whether it was to increase her faith. I don't know what it was all about. Yeah. And I remember as a young boy at some point, I grew up in the village, and it's near the Abadeas. So there is this boy who came and lied to us. Thank God he's not a politician today, because he lied to us that in the Abadeas there are fruits. Free fruits. Tell someone, free fruits. Yes, and he convinced us to wake up very early in the morning at around 5 to take our journey to the promised land. See, promised land. Yes, so we started our journey at around 5 in the morning, journeyed to the Abadeas, crossing the rivers, and it was in the dark. The sun found us when we were almost there. It's a long distance. But when we got there, we didn't find fruits. It started raining heavily. And these are young children. So as we were coming back, it became dark because it was a whole day journey. And in a certain town, an elderly man called us and asked us, "Where do you come from?" And we told him, "We come from this area. We had come here looking for fruits." The guys burst out laughing. They could not believe. So the question was, where you come from? You don't have fruits. But you were extremely wet. So gave us some food, then called another guy and asked him, kindly take these boys back home. And so it was a long distance. So this guy took us back home, and we found our parents waiting for us. Now, the first question was, nyinyi ni watoto wa nani? And these are your parents asking, eh? Where do you come from? And before we knew it, it was war. Okay, I can see there are some people who understand that it was war. Then we were asked to narrate what happened. So we started saying, so-and-so is the one who told us that their fruits were. Now, sadly, he was the youngest. So there was another beating because how can you be convinced by this young one to journey to, to the Abadeas? Now, we are here today talking about parenting as a journey of self-renewal. And I want you to look, to tell the person seated next to you, you have done a great job. As a parent. Now, I know you're looking at that person and asking yourself, me. Okay? But in our parenting journey, there's a lot that comes with that, and we are all seeking something. Are you together? We are all seeking something. And I would want you to share with the person seated next to you, what are you seeking in your parenting journey? Let's have this conversation. I know, what are you seeking in your parenting journey? Okay, very good. let's not turn it to a group therapy. And I know, I know there are some parents who will say, I just want my child to finish and leave. And the others who will say, from the day this one was born, I started shaping him or her to exit. And the others who will tell you, oh, mine is very good. I have had no issues with my child. And then when they get back home, they will still ask their child, where do you come from? So, as my grandmother used to tell me, in such a forum, just understand, the people in this space, they have the same concerns that you have. Are we together? And what equalizes us, as my grandmother used to say, it's the clothes that we are wearing, because they all went through the tailor. Okay? Now, what are we seeking in our parenting journey? We are seeking affection. We are seeking a sense of belonging, and we are seeking appreciation. Those three things. And why are we seeking these three things? It's simply because as human beings and as a result of our life experiences, there's the interpretation that we have about life, and sometimes when we are parenting, we are evaluating ourselves. And so every day you give yourself a scorecard, wondering whether you're doing a good job, wondering whether you're the right person to do what you're doing. And sometimes there are cries that we have, wondering whether this child will turn out well. But the truth of the matter is, how your child is behaving today and where your child is today, there are quite a number of factors to consider. And that is why I always say it is very important to celebrate a parent instead of blaming a parent. Because when we come together and we join forces, it becomes easier to nurture our children and for them to turn out as we desire. And even if they don't, they will get somewhere. Now, I started by saying that a school is one of the greatest statements of trust, where parents bring their children and where teachers engage with the students, and where another parent will come and find your child and correct your child in such an environment. And this statement of trust where we are today, you find as parents we show up differently. And sometimes in your journey of parenting, you will experience a sense of guilt. Guilt because maybe of something that your son or your daughter has done. Sometimes you will experience shame because of something that maybe your child has done. And sometimes you will talk to your child and they will not respond the way you expected. And you might take it as rejection. And most of the time, we get frustrated when we are struggling with those three things. And our response is not always right. Because sometimes we take this child as our scorecard, determining how successful we are or where we have failed as parents. But I want to encourage you, because life is not a straight line. Are we together? Life is not a? Yes. And tell someone there, I am a great parent. Okay? You said it as if you don't believe it. Because I'm looking at someone. Okay, let me talk to you. Nikiangalia huko juu. So that you don't say I'm talking about you. But tell someone I am a great parent. And that is why I'm here today. Absolutely. And so I want to give you an activity. Here's the activity. I want you to rate yourself 1 to 10. Okay? Are we together? Okay, we've had rate. It's not an exam because you've kept quiet. I want us to rate ourselves. That's okay. Higher. These 4 statements. 1 to 10. 1 is lowest, 10 is? Okay. Statement number 1. I am worthy. Hey, I've had someone say, I. Okay. Statement number 2. I am lovable. Uh-huh. Statement number 3. I am enough. Statement number 4. I am exceptional. Now, let me tell you something. If you have rated yourself, you had the introduction. I am a what? I am a psychologist. Okay, I didn't introduce myself simply because my friend told me introduction is not a trumpet that if you don't do it, it will rust. So, now, if you have rated yourself, that means you're my client. Because as a human being, those things will never change. That's how you are created. You will remain enough, you will remain worthy, you will remain exceptional, you will remain lovable. Because when you have a young child, do you have teachers here? Okay. Now, have you ever had a child grade 1 or even PP1 asking, am I lovable? They don't ask. Why? Because they believe they are. But what is it that makes us question that? It's because of life experiences. Are we together? And with these life experiences as parents, when we are growing up, many things happened in life. And some of these things trigger emotions in us, and sometimes we get angry, sometimes we get anxious, and sometimes we are fearful. And it's as a result of fear, anxiety, and getting angry that makes us start evaluating ourselves that way. Maybe you failed in life at one point, and maybe you lost a job, or maybe your business didn't perform well, and you started wondering, am I truly worthy? And maybe sometimes it's family dynamics, or even in such an institution, maybe you get to interact with a parent, and you're not in good terms, and you wonder, am I worthy? But here is the thing, and I want us to journey using those 3 emotions as parents. And even as we go back home, when you're dealing with our children, anytime you feel fearful, always remember that fear is as a result of absence of joy in that environment. And it's simply because human connection and compassion is tested in that situation. Are we together? And anytime that you feel anxious, it's because a sense of security has been threatened, whether it is at work or even at home. And it's simply because there is a situation that you cannot create understanding. And most importantly is to know that where there is no understanding, insecurity is there. Are we together? And lastly, when you get angry, it's because as a parent, you feel like you have lost the sense of control. And the reason why we feel like we have lost our sense of control, it's when our power of choice is taken away. And I'll be honest with you. Dealing with these young ones, you can feel like they have taken your power of choice away. I remember telling a group of parents, we have the power of choice because we have self-will. And this man said, Mimi sina. because he had a conflict. He had a serious conflict with the son. And as we continue, I want to share with us this, that one of the things that we should always remember is that getting angry, feeling anxious, and feeling fearful, it is a normal response in life. Are we together? Because sometimes we get angry because we are angry. And we are asking ourselves, why am I feeling this way? Sometimes we are fearful because of the things that we see in our society. And as a result of that, when it comes to correcting our children, we employ punishment instead of discipline. And punishment is when we want our child to take responsibility for how we feel. Are we together? But discipline is when we are training this child to take responsibility for how they feel about that situation. And so, the question is, why do we get to some of these spaces? It's because of life experiences and because of where we've been. I was sharing with the chair that one of my best experiences in life, learning life, was in high school. Because I went to this school where during admission, one of the things that we were given, we were told, is that you must read 4 set books. That is in Form 1, first term. And the question was why? And the principal said, the most important thing for you in this institution is not to pass your exams, but to function like a human being. That's the most important. And passing will be easy. And we had the best support from this principal because he was a father to us. This is a guy who, it was a boarding school. No one was sent away because of school fees. Because this guy created Ubuntu culture where people, even students, used to contribute to support needy students in that institution. And that helped us grow together. And as a result of that, I realized the most important thing in life is human connection. Human connection is very important. But in Nairobi, is it possible? Is it possible? Okay, answer me. Is it possible? Okay, I've had someone say, human what? Yes, human connection. And it's interesting because in Nairobi, you will realize that you don't even know your next door neighbor sometimes. Okay? And other times you want to invite someone to come to your house because you have an event, and you have guys who have come from the village and they're asking you, you don't have friends. Because it's like in Nairobi, you only host your village. So it's like a village transfer. Okay? That's where your human connection is. But I want to encourage us, because you're in such an institution, it is very, very important for us to create that human connection. Are we together? It is very important for us to appreciate each other. It is very important for us to celebrate the teachers who spend time with our children. It is very important for you. Once you meet a parent, just tell that parent you're doing a good job. And sometimes instead of saying in your mind, Ebu, look at that one. As in you're having these secret conversations about another parent, it is very, very important for us to appreciate each other. And at this time, I would want you to appreciate the person seated next to you. And I want you to tell them, you're worthy. You are enough. You're exceptional. And you're lovable. And please don't maliza you're lovable with, you know what I mean. Don't. Okay? just, yeah, we know, okay? So my brothers and sisters, one of the main needs that your child has is attachment. And it is very, very important for us to create time for our children. And having worked with young people since 2013, I have encountered a number of young people with different kind of struggles. And one of the things I can tell you that a child needs is that attachment, it's that connection. To be heard and to be understood. Are we together? So that we bond with our children. And a survey that we did a few years back, we realized that in this city, a parent who spends a lot of time with their child, it's at least 3 minutes a day. And then we went ahead and we had our survey at juvenile centers. We're talking of meaningful time, juvenile centers. And it was all about connection. These children are saying, I would want to connect with my parents. And then there are others who go to the extremes, like a situation we had where a parent would give their child 15,000 every week. And by the end of that month, this child has how much? 60,000. And this boy was asking us, what do I do with this money? So that was the presenting need. And so we had to create room for this child to get that support. And what am I saying? As we seek as parents, there's what we are running away from. And instead of running away from fear, instead of running away from anxiety, instead of running away from anger that we feel, instead of running away from shame that we have experienced in life, instead of running away from anger, and instead of running away from anxiety, let us confront our fears. And as we confront our fears, we will show up well as our children grow and become the greatest people in this world. And the last thing I would want to say is there is hope for this country and there is hope for this continent because you are here as parents. So clap for the person sitting next to you. I want to stop there, and I want to say that I'm so grateful to see that there are people who came here very early, and we are here together, gathered, shaping the lives of our children. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. Another hand for John. I like these talks because they're so challenging to us as parents. And sometimes we don't like to hear what we need to hear. So this is just, for a few minutes, a forum. If anybody would like to ask John a question or give a view, respond to what he has said. I have another mic, so I'll come to you. It would be good to just share thoughts on how you felt about what he said. Okay.
I think personally I would like to thank you. You've touched me to the core. And I think it's also the same for all the other parents. I'm a bit emotional because I suffered anxiety and depression for the last 6 years. I've managed to overcome. Most of the time we suffer in silence as parents. And especially as Muslims, it's a shame to come out and talk about depression because we have a community. And they don't believe in medication or seeking help from the hospital, so you'll be taken to sheikhs and all these funny traditional healers. I'm glad I resisted that and I went to the hospital and I got the right treatment. So thank you for sharing. I look forward to getting your contact and sharing with other people in other forums.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Judith Shamala, mother to Ivana and Gabriel. I want to say personally, thank you. It is quite challenging to us parents. We grew up knowing that a stick is the best way to raise a child, but some of these forums are getting us out of some of these things because when he said understanding a child, they need to be heard. That is what you realize you need to do. So thank you very much, and thank you to the school and the Association for Parents.
I think the one thing I'm coming to learn is that you think parenting, you look at the child in front of you, but what I'm learning from these sessions is that a lot of parenting has to do with you yourself as a person and who you are inside and how you feel. So that's a challenge for us because we, as he said, we don't really like to look at ourselves. So yes, I'm here, I'm walking. Anybody else? Okay.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Wanjiko, mother to Lisa, Eva, and Emma. So thank you, John, for the talk. I think my takeaway from this is to be kinder to myself as a parent. It's the first time I'm bringing up a 16-year-old, 9 and 6. So I need to introspect and most importantly, I remember to be kind to myself. So thank you for the talk. That's my takeaway from this.
I'm being given exercise today that I didn't want.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tinuke Ajagbe. Thank you very much, John. And what I've learned is there's a difference between discipline and punishment. So I'm supposed to train my child, which is discipline, and not pour out my frustrations, and that's punishment. I think that was key. Thank you. And someone here, my friend, is asking, how do we overcome the fears that you talked about? Thank you.
Okay. Overcoming fears, one of the things is journeying within compassionately, looking at what is happening in your life, but compassionately. Are we together? And how do you do that? One, get to identify what you're in control of and what you're not in control of. Are we together? And on that, I would want to say, repeat after me. Okay, this sounds funny. Okay, it's not a religious thing, okay? But repeat after me. I am not in control of what other people think, feel, and how they behave. Kaa tu na hiyo and you will overcome fears. Are we together? Yes. Get to know what you're in control of and what you're not in control of. And compassionately reflect about your life. Even when you see things are not working well at home, be compassionate towards yourself. Are we together? And when things are going well, be compassionate enough to celebrate your wins, whether small or thank you.
Anyone else? I don't want to shut anyone out. I know, I'm wondering, are they waiting for something? It's very quiet. I'll just pick someone now. I'm very good at that. So as I'm walking towards you, you need to start putting your hand up. If you want to say something. Say hello, even if it's just.
Thank you very much, John. My name is Ben. I'll have to blow my trumpet. John, ulitumwa na nani? I have a very specific issue. I'm a father of a preteen young man. And, sorry, I'm the father of a preteen young man. And I set out to raise an upright gentleman. But it seems to be dissipating in my hands. He's become moody, he's locking himself in his room, he's answering his mom in a tone that's not so good. What do you do about this? Thank you.
And now we come to the end of our meeting. Thank you very much. There's a lot that is happening in our society. And I don't know whether tuulize umetumwa na nani. I have a preteen. So those who have preteens, can we create a support group here and now? Okay, there's a lot of this that is happening, and at that age, they have a lot of comparisons, and there are conversations that are going on. Whether in school, they're talking about their boots, they're talking about their jersey, and the other thing is to also understand they're trying to figure out who is their social authority. So here you are as a parent, but this young one listens to Ronaldo more than, and he has never met this guy. Okay? So they're trying to shape their social authority. That does not mean that as a parent you're a failure. No. Okay? And there's also what is happening in his body. Sometimes not sometimes, they don't understand what is happening in their body. Okay? Because their body changes and all that. And then there's also the journey of building their identity. And as they build their identity, they have a lot of questions. The other thing I would want to say is that they're interacting with people in the society, and sometimes when you see a child throwing a tantrum, they are reflecting something that they have seen or something that they are trying to understand. So those three things that we talked about, the three needs that that child has is one, compassion. And sometimes as parents, when we find that they are not responding the way we would want, we want them to know how we feel about how they are feeling. Are we together? And when doing that, it becomes a struggle. But how do we deal with that? A lot of affirmation. A lot of affirmation. And I remember when I joined Form 1, I used to talk a lot. So we had, don't judge me. So we had our students' baraza, and it's where students come together, you talk about what is happening in school and all those things. And the teachers were not there yet. They came in late. And so the prefects asked, who has something to say so that we note these things down and we can share with the teachers. So there I was, a Form 1. I stood and I said, I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. And I don't understand how we can be in this institution when all these things are happening. I saw students rise up. They went to their dormitories, they picked their bags, and they went home. So I was called and I was told, you are suspended. I was like, for what? You led a strike. Where? And so I went home for 2 weeks, and I knew, you remember that parent who would ask, where do you come from? And this is your parent. So I found that parent at home. I faked a cough. For 2 weeks, I coughed, and COVID was not here yet. Now, Sunday morning, that's when I told my mother, I have something to tell you. I was suspended. Hey, suspended what? Let me go for prayers, I am coming back. And when I come back, I don't want to find you where? You need to be where? So there I was. And I was totally confused. So she took me to school, and when we arrived, she told the principal, I only have one agenda. Give us his belonging. There's a garage near home. This one will not study. He will go there and work there. Hey, the principal told me, go to class. Go to class. So they had a lengthy conversation with the principal. And when she was leaving, the principal called me and said, you're my son. And no matter what you've done, I will never, ever let you go because you're my son. That was affirming. Then as my mom was leaving, she called me and told me, usinifanyishe kazi kama hii tena. Okay? And that was it. So you go home You go back to class, and I am not coming here again because of such what? Yes, and you see, sometimes that's how we approach life. To date, she has never asked me, why were you suspended? We've never had that conversation. Today she says, you turned out well. And sometimes we also need to change our language and ask ourselves, how do we celebrate our children? Okay? How do we affirm our children? And sometimes we've had forums, I ask parents, kindly appreciate your child. And the parent is like, you are mine. Of course. Okay? But it's good to celebrate your child, small wins, affirm them, create in them a sense of belonging. Let them know that they belong there. And the other thing I would want to say is that at one point in life, I failed when I was in college. And not exam, I just, mambo ya maisha, okay? And my uncle called me and said, you're my son, and no matter what you do in this world, I will never hate you. I decided to run away from that man because that love was too much. Someone telling you that I cannot hate you no matter what you do, that was too much. So your child needs to understand that you love them no matter what. Okay? Then affirmation, and a lot of affirmation and affection. Then number 2, when a child behaves that way, and I'm not talking about my brother, when a child behaves that way, most of the time we blame ourselves as parents. And we ask ourselves, what is it that we have not done? And in our culture, what we do, we look for that uncle or auntie who is wealthier than I to talk to this child. Okay, that's how counseling is done in Africa. Okay? The one who has many cows is the one who talks to. Yeah, and when his cows, when they are depleted, now he is disqualified as a counselor. You look for another one. Okay? So it is important to get professional help when your child is facing some of those things. Then number 2, when you're preparing them to seek professional help, please don't tell them you have an issue. Because for them, they don't think they have any issue. Are we together? And even how you break it down. I remember there's a time we went hiking somewhere, and I was asked, what do you do? I say, I'm a psychologist. Then my friend didn't know what psychologists do. So he told the son, the day that you will go nuts, this is the guy to talk to. And so I asked him, do you have an expectation that there is a day he will go? Yeah, so there's a way you break it down for them, affirm them. And that is why when dealing with young people and you're taking them to seek help, always affirm their leadership capacity, because this is my life philosophy, that there is nothing I have that I have not received. And everything I have received. And I should not live in such a way that I boast as though I have not received anything. And that way, when I came into this world, I came in as a leader. And in your child exists, in your child, there is a leader in your child. And so affirm them as leaders. Are we together? Are we together? Now tell someone, my child is a leader. No matter how he's behaving or she's behaving. Yes. Are we together? And please, 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 when all these things are happening, be compassionate to yourself. And when you're sharing about your child's struggles, choose, evaluate, vet the person you're telling. Okay? Because there are people you will tell and they're evaluating to see, nani yako na shida mingi kuniliko? As in, who has more problems than I? So they feel good when you share your struggles, but it's not necessarily to support you. Others will also go and tell other people about your child. Defend and protect your child, no matter what. God bless you.
Wow, okay. We could go on all day. So I think we'll stop there. Thank you again so much, John. I think we've all found that very helpful. So we are not doing too badly. I think we can take a small comfort break, just about 10 minutes. I know there's people streaming in. We have breakfast is still running, so you can come and pick something. It will be running for about another 20 minutes. So you can come and pick something, and then we'll get to the serious business of the day. So if the DJ can play some music, 10 minutes comfort breaks, tea, coffee, walk around the school, and then we'll reconvene. Thank you. Okay, we can settle down, please. Okay, so thank you again for coming. For those who came a bit later, my name is Esther Masika. I'm the outgoing secretary of the Parents Association Executive Committee. And we are now going to get into some serious business. For those who know, we will get to the main business of the day, which is our annual general meeting. We had circulated the documents prior to today, and we are hoping that as many of you are able to go through it as possible, but we will still run through all the documents. My role is basically to just coordinate the annual general meeting. There will be several speakers, and we hope that we will be able to run through it quite quickly. As you know, and I think we circulated the Constitution. So parents, you may not have known that our Parents Association is actually a registered society. So the parents associations of the past had the wisdom to register us as a regulated society with our constitution, which was also circulated to you. And one of the responsibilities and obligations that any registered organization has to accomplish is that we have to hold an annual general meeting. So this is not optional. We must do this on an annual basis, and so this is why we are doing this today. Please take time to read your constitution, familiarize yourself with the contents, and who the Parents Association is, and what we do, okay? But as we go along, I'll try really hard to just highlight the key issues so that we can all be on the same page in terms of what's happening here today. So I'll call the annual general meeting to order, and we'll begin with the notice, which gives the agenda for the day. I'm reading the notice right now, and then we will read and confirm the minutes of the previous AGM that was held on Saturday, the 18th of May, 2024, and any matters arising. Agenda number 3 will be to receive from the chairman the annual report and proposals from the committee. Agenda number 4 will be to receive the treasurer's report and proposals. Agenda number 5 will be to conduct elections. It may not be in this order. Firstly, for members of the executive committee, and again for the class representatives, and then any other business. So at every stage, there will be an opportunity to comment or ask questions. So can we accept this agenda as it is? Thank you. I'll go straight on to agenda number 2, which is the minutes. They were circulated, and I think they're on the, you can put the minutes up now. I will read through them very quickly for the benefit of those who haven't had a chance to go through them. So, minutes of the AGM held on Saturday, 18th May at 9:30 at St. Austin's Academy. Number 1, registration and welcome remarks. The meeting commenced at 9:30 a.m. with registration of parents and invited guests. The chairman of the Parents Association, Mr. Michael Kiruti, welcomed attendees warmly and thanked them for their active involvement throughout the year. He emphasized the importance of strong collaboration between the parent body and the school administration. Agenda number 2, guest speaker. The guest speaker, Ms. Sarah Richardson, delivered an engaging and highly practical session on raising children effectively in the modern era. Her insights on parenting in a digitally influenced society were well received. with many parents appreciating her balance of theory and real-life application. The talk sparked thoughtful discussion, and Ms. Richardson took time to respond to questions from the audience. Number 3, Chairman and Committee reports. The outgoing chairman, Mr. Kiruti, presented a comprehensive report highlighting the year's milestones, including support for school activities, welfare initiatives, and enhanced parent engagement. Each committee representative shared their updates, with the secretary, Mr. Willie Wex, delivering the financial report, as the treasurer, Ms. Nyasha Dogo, and her family had left the country for another mission before the AGM date. The finances reflected transparency and responsible management. Number 4, election of office bearers 2024 for the period 2024-2025. Elections were overseen by the outgoing chairperson, Mr. Kiruti, and proceeded smoothly. The following individuals were duly elected into the executive committee and class representatives. Below are the executive committee members, the chairperson being Jennifer Kome, vice chair being Willie Wex, secretary being Esther Masika, and the treasurer being Natasha Kaigai. The newly elected officials were congratulated and invited to serve with commitment and unity. Number 5, remarks from the school's administration. The chairman of the school board, Mr. Mumo Mwendwa, addressed the parents and expressed appreciation for the role played by the Parents Association. He took the opportunity to introduce the school's new CEO, Ms. Jedida Thotho, who received a warm welcome from the parents' community. Ms. Thotho briefly addressed the gathering, affirming her commitment to collaborative growth and continued academic excellence. Number 6 was special awards and recognition. Ms. Tata was specially recognized and awarded a plaque of honor for her exceptional achievement in breaking the Guinness World Record for the longest science lesson. The Parents Association commended her dedication and pride, and the pride that she brought to the school. Mr. Michael Kiruti, the outgoing chairperson, was honored with a special award for outstanding service to the Parents Association. The award celebrated his leadership, integrity, and unwavering support for the school community. Number 7, closing remarks. In his final remarks, Mr. Kiruti thanked parents, the school administration, and fellow committee members for their support during his term. He encouraged continued cooperation and innovation under the new leadership. And number 8, the chairman's barbecue. Following the formal proceedings, a barbecue hosted by the outgoing chairman was held on the school grounds. Parents, staff, and guests enjoyed the relaxed environment which fostered informal networking and fellowship. The official section of the AGM closed at 13:10 hours. So could I ask parents who were at that event, one to I'm worried, maybe it's the helicopter. Testing. 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 Okay. Testing. Okay. I was going to say that that helicopter was carrying someone very important, and they scrambled the signal, but I don't think that's the case. Anyway, I'm supposed to be serious. Could I have a proposer and a seconder for those minutes, please? Whoever was there. So by show of hands, please. Okay, so I have Meldon Onyango has proposed, and Fatuma Adan has seconded. Okay, very quickly, for those who are there any matters arising from those minutes that you would like to comment on at this point in time? And I'll ask Natasha to note. Yes, it's over there. Okay. So no matters arising from the minutes of that date. So we can move swiftly on to agenda number 3. And at this point, I would like to call Willie, who is our vice chairman, to start off on the chairman's report. So Willie, karibu.
Good morning, everyone. Morning again. As it's become custom by the previous speakers, I present myself. My name is Willie Wex, the outgoing vice chairperson. Clap for me. So what I'll run through will be the main achievements of the St. Austin's Parents Association for the last academic year. This is a challenge to Ms. Todo, you're here, so Suki also here. So we'll go through some of the achievements and things which we wish that the school can look into. So first and foremost, we'll start with something which was critical to parents was constructive dialogue on school fees. Through proactive engagement, the PA secured a commitment from the management and board to consult parents before pulling an increment, and this we agreed that fees should remain unchanged for the next 2 years. We can clap for ourselves for that. If there's a matter arising from that, we will be told. We've had active engagement through a PA structure that's worked in terms of, we have the executive and we have the class reps. I would wish that first and foremost, all the class reps, please stand wherever you are, class reps. Clap for them, ladies and gentlemen. And mine is to say that none of them is going, none of them is outgoing. Thank you, guys. Thank you. There is improved governance and communication. Through a very able secretary, you've seen how our communication has been. We've been able to, broadcast text, is to get emails. Any new occurrence in the school, you get it through a very proper channel. So round of applause to especially Esther. As a parents association, from what we picked up from the previous administration when we joined, there was already a good culture of staff welfare. And we've maintained that one by every end of, not academic year, but end of calendar year. We've always had something we're doing with the personnel from the academic services, so which we've maintained as a culture, and I believe will be maintained. So that's a good thing. Let's clap for that one. Catering and minor infrastructure improvements. For those who are here more than a year ago, you remember how the dining hall used to look. It was a nice, all right. But right now, I was told, where is Willis? Willis was here. Willis was telling me that if food falls on the floor, you can pick it up and say germs are not aware and eat it. So it's a very great improvement. So to the administration, round of applause to them for making that improvement. We've been able to get a better caterer. For those who've seen the transition from what we had to what Sebo is doing right now, a very great improvement. Round of applause for that. I wasn't just going to say the achievements, but I was also going to state on the key challenges that we faced. And the first one is on timelines for improvements on staff has not really been clear. We've had, if you're here 4 years ago, I'm saying I'm blessed. I've been here my daughter's been here. If I say I've been here, it's a courtesy of my daughter, but I've been parading these grounds, going to pick her from one direction to the other last 6 years. There was the fence, the wall wasn't here. The gate wasn't looking as good as it is. The grounds weren't looking as good as this. So it's been a great improvement. And first and foremost, round of applause to the administration on that one. Still, there's key developments that we've been promised, some which we're still looking forward to. There is the indoor basketball court. There is the what's it call it? There is the library. There is drainage of this space because it gets swampy when it rains. So all these things, some of them, to Madam Jidraida, query is on timelines. As much as we are grateful for the others, let's also have definite timelines on these others. There's gaps in health and counseling services. I remember the school was doing the recruitment of a counselor. And what do you call it? The sick bay is still not well equipped. Those are some of the things which we believe from where we sit, it's not as costly to execute. And we believe the school there's things which can be hastened. And that is one. HR gaps and operational disconnect. I don't need to expound on that one. I believe everyone has understood it as it is. We know where the ball was dropped. We all are aware. And we believe we can do better going forward. Right? 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 Thank you, sir. You'll have an extra, I'll give you an extra plate. People are forgetting it's a chairman's barbecue. You know, if you're not nice to me, when you get there, I'll be at the serving determining on whether you'll be given carbs or protein. So be nice. So as just to finalize on it, while the PA is active, a broader enthusiasm among parents' participation is key into growing this school. As some of us exit the stage and others join in, I wish to single out Mr. Simba for the 6 years I've been here, and the 6 years my daughter has been in this school. Some of us got to be known while we were in high school when we got into trouble. Mr. Simba identifies the kids, knows them by name when they join the school, and throughout that journey. So we can all stand and just give Mr. Simba a standing round of applause for the years of dedication. We're grateful for you to what you've done in this school. Thank you, thank you. I wish you also did that for me. You'll have gotten extra plates, every one of you. But it's all right, today is not about me. I'll wish to hand this back to Miss Esther. And if there's any other item that you feel ought to be catered for that maybe we've slipped onto it, please just raise it. The incoming team is very, They are tougher than who we were. So, Willis, thank you for staying behind. Thank you, Willis. Thank you, Esther. Much appreciated, guys.
Thank you, Willie. So Willie is our outgoing vice chairman. For those who don't know him, and can everybody who comes here introduce themselves, please? You assume everybody knows who you are. So we're still on the chairman's report, and now I'll ask the chair herself to come and continue where Willie has started. So Jennifer, karibu.
Good morning once again. God is good, and all the time, and that's his nature. Wow. Allow me to stand here, because the son and I are not very good friends. I'm sure you can all see me. Please wave. I'm sure you can all hear me. Thank you. I stand before you as the outgoing chair of the PA, and I'm really, really humbled for having given me the chance. When I was asked to step up as chair, because I used to be the vice before, I didn't know what to say, because we had a very able and very steady person steering us since post-COVID, Mr. Michael Kiruti. But he told me, you know what, Jen? He used to call me Jen. You know what, Jen? I think you've been in this school long enough, so you know what needs to be done. And yeah, I have trust and faith in you. A year down the line, I stand here to say, yes, it has not been easy, but with my able team, the EXCO, this far we have come. And as Willie was highlighting some of our achievements and some of our challenges, I took my mind through what has been my mantra or some of the values that as a chair I stood upon. And my biggest one was integrity, because if you are not accountable to your office, if you're not accountable to the people that you're working with, then you cannot count yourself as a leader. We know that our country is going down the drain because of lack of accountability. And as a Kenyan and as a parent in this school, I want to say that I have had an EXCO that has been very supportive. Kindly stand up so that you can be seen by the parents. Esther, our able secretary. Natasha, very quiet, very firm, but very hardworking. Natasha, wave to the crowd. Of course, there is Willie Wex. Willie, we shall miss you. I wish you could stay on. But somebody said, every good dancer knows when to exit the stage. Thank you. I would like our class reps to stand up because we would not have done that here without you. Yes, I know we've had our shenanigans behind the scenes. The parents never get to see this, neither does the management. But I know, I can tell you, you have been consistent, you have been hardworking. Sometimes you become sluggish, that's the way of life. Na tunasema hii tunamaliza pamoja, isn't it? Kama hii serikali ya Kaongo. No one is falling off, isn't it? As long as we are in St. Austin's, this is our school. Thank you very much. Kindly be seated. Parents, you can see those, and of course there are others who are not here, and they are well represented. So I have just a very short speech. Some of it will be a repetition of what Willie has said, but I thought I wanted to have that differentiation so that we all can understand where the chair is coming from. So, and I will read because I'm not a very good orator. Allow me to read. I'm truly grateful for the opportunity to serve, albeit somewhat as a one-term chair. And that's why we are saying we are outgoing. You all know what that means, don't you? To the EXCO and class reps, you made this happen. Thank you for standing in the gap with such dedication. There was not an issue brought up that was small enough for us not to handle. And Mr. Simba can attest to this. The many times, I don't think he has had a PA body that has walked into his office as many times as we have walked into his office. And Mr. Simba, I want to thank you very much for that support that you have accorded us, because we would never have gotten this far. We also want to say that this term has been very tough for us, especially as parents. Because as everybody has heard, we all know now that Mr. Simba is leaving. Some of us came in just when Mr. Simba had come in. And we've seen how far the school has grown. And we want to appreciate where we have come from and where we are going. But as I told my class reps when we had the meeting, there is still going to be a school after Mr. Simba, and the foundation is still there. So we are happy today to know that there is continuity, and we want to assure Mr. Sambu that we shall continue to support you for as long as we are in this school. Nothing much will change. And parents, my ask to you, the same support that we gave Mr. Simba, can we continue to give Mr. Sambu? We held Mr. Simba accountable for many things. Mr. Sambu, don't think we shall always smile. I'm sure Mr. Simba has told you many times. Some days, some mornings, he saw me in his office and he wondered, what has Mama Nathaniel come to see me about again? But where our children's welfare is concerned, be sure that we shall walk into your office, we shall question, we shall commend you where you do well, and we will walk this journey together as a parent body and as parents of this school. To be honest with you, I was leaving. I had already sent in letters, notice, because I was lost. As a PA chair, I was lost. And I think one time I was speaking to Esther and I said, I'm very sad to have to leave St. Austin's just like that abruptly. But today I stand before you saying asante ni sana, especially to the management for the decision that you have taken, because we see continuity. We know that there is still an open door policy, because that is one of the reasons why I, as a parent, am in St. Austin's. Many schools, even when I was looking for a school around, I realized you cannot go beyond the reception. And the one thing that I love about St. Austin's is you can see any teacher, you can see any head of school, and that makes it easier and better for us as parents. Because a parent today wants to work together with the student, with the teacher, with the management, so that we can have a better, balanced, and more rounded student. So Mr. Simba, you go with our blessings as parents. I know you're a friend of this school. You're not going to go and not come back. Whenever we need you, we'll come looking for you as parents. Whenever we need, I'm sure even management will come looking for you. Kwa sababu, hauhami, ama unaenda Uganda? Good. He's not going to Uganda, so we will always look for you. And we want to say thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Many a times I was worried about this class. You told me, Mama Nathaniel, that one we are handling. You know, yes, I know there is a problem, but even you parents have a problem. And I would go back to the PA and tell you, you know, as parents, we need to look at how we are dealing with the teacher. We need to look at how we are dealing with our children, isn't it? And that is why we have been able to come this far. So let us maintain and continue with that dialogue and go with our blessings, Mr. Simba. And we pray that where you are going, they'll receive you the same way. If they don't, rudi nyumbani. I said, Mr. Sambu, tuko nyuma yako, and we shall support you. If they give me back my chairmanship, I will support you. To all parents, I want to just remind us that we need to get more involved in our children's life, especially at school, because a strong partnership with teachers shapes a more holistic child. Do not shy away from coming to find out how well your son or daughter is doing, and especially in the higher classes. Because when you're in high school is such a short time. It is such a short time, and there's a lot of things that go on in an academic year. So please get more involved, get to know what happens, and I'm glad that event we had last term, it really opened up our eyes. And I hope that incoming team will have more and more of those kind of events so that our parents can understand their roles better. Class reps, your role is key. Let's continue building a seamless bridge between parents and the school, as well as management. And when I talk about management, I'm talking about the board, because we cannot function without each other. Where they score well, we give them a tick. Where they don't, we call them out. And we call them out with courage, with love, and in a diplomatic way. And sometimes I will promise we may not be very diplomatic, because sometimes we may need to raise our voices just a little bit higher so that we can be heard. To all parents, if your child is in this school, please take interest. Let's all show up in whichever way we can. Show up, show up. And I had a lot of that with our speaker of the day. And I am glad that we were able to bring in a man speaker. You know, because men in our society are not taking the full responsibility of child rearing and childbearing. And then what happens is, when our boys and girls have grown and they have gone out there and they are calling their mothers, or they are taking their mothers on holiday, the fathers are now saying wamewachwa. And it's because you are never present. Ladies, I'm not saying we become present just by attending school meetings. Let's also become present even in our roles as daddies. And please, the gentlemen who are here, remind your friends that they need to be more present. To the board, we have shared many concerns and requests, and they have always come from a place of love and desire for a better St. Austin's. We love this school. That's why we are here. I remember as I was writing this, I asked myself, what was my why as a parent to come to this school? And those things, even as my children have grown, because William is in year 10, Nathaniel is in year 11. Nathaniel is the one I'm moving, William is staying. One of the asks was, my why was that I was looking for a small school that had diversity and my children could interact in a safe place. St. Austin, regardless of all the other issues, still remains that to date. It still remains that to date. Even as we grew as a family and maybe we could afford better schools, we still found that in this school. And that is why we are here up to today. As for the one who is going through A-level, we decided he's old enough, he needs to get a bit more exposure. So, St. Austin still remains that, and we have a desire to see it better. The other reason why I brought, or our children have stayed here, is because of discipline. I know in our PA shenanigans, sometimes we say discipline this, discipline that, until you go to a school and a child is being talked to by the teacher and they are walking away. Until you go to a school and you find they have been collecting vapes. And I think here we have only had one incident of vape or two. You know, until you go to a school and you find many, many things that we have discussed with Mr. Simba. So I want to still say that St. Austin's comes very highly recommended as far as discipline is concerned. And it's not easy, even without a school counselor. Can you imagine if we had 2 school counselors? I've gone to schools where they have 3 school counselors. So I don't know why in St. Austin's, which is a requirement by the ministry, we still don't have an in-house counselor. And we are not going to ask about this again. I think it is time we had a counselor. We do not want to hear this is happening. We are tired of the talk. We just want a school counselor who can work with our children, who is professionally trained, and who can take care also of the staff issues, because mental health is real in the world of today. True of us? How many of you agree with me? Thank you. Madam Jadida, you can see. Let's not debate about a school counselor again. Let's have one as soon as yesterday. The other issue is upgraded facilities. You've heard me say about discipline, about all those other small things, but this is an international school, for heaven's sake. Why do we have facilities that were done many years ago still here around and about? Why do we have a junior school whose roof is leaking? Why do we have a swimming pool that was made so many years ago? There is no renovation. And this is one of the things that we have a problem with, the facilities of the school. Can this year be the year that this shareholder, who is a parent, gets something back? Honestly, we have paid school fees religiously. We expect to see that change this year. Otherwise, there is a gap. If that gap is not bridged, because I remember the last time we spoke with the CEO and the board, we were promised a number of things, but I am sorry to say a lot of that has been talk. You know, strategic plan, but what are we seeing on the ground? What is that strategic plan breeding? Can that strategic plan start with the improvement of the children's welfare and our staff welfare? That's what we want to see. That is what we want to see, because when we sit back and talk, now my eyes have been opened. I've gone to other schools, and I have seen what is in other schools. And I don't know why we cannot even get a quarter of that in St. Austin's. And we have so many students, surely. Someone needs to take us seriously. Otherwise, itakuwa shida. itakuwa shida. Na sisemi hivyo kwa ubaya, because people's eyes have been opened. And this is a good school. And sometimes I ask Esther, why do I feel for this school the way I do? Why do I feel pushed that I need to see a better St. Austin's? I don't know. Only God can give me that. I hope one day he'll give me an answer. So we need to see that the classrooms, the facilities. Do I need to pay 30,000 to go to Lake Naivasha? What is that? Sometimes I think people here forget that we also do these trips. So please think about the parents even when we are doing these things. Because Lake Naivasha here, if I take 4 people, they'll sleep 3 or 4 of them. The transport from here to Naivasha, surely. Si mutu hurumia jamani. We've been good. We want you to also be good to us. It's the small things that make all the difference. Even as much as we appreciate. We need to see this, we need to feel considered. We need to feel heard. We need to, be compassionate to us. So that we are not always thinking, what is the school not doing for us? We will start to think, what the school is doing so much for us. What can we do? And after all, I tell you, when we sit as PA, one of our members says it's a thankless job. I'll not call it that. Because sometimes you can be bombarded with a lot of questions, a lot of things. You will think you're doing your best. Somebody else will come and, just chwa. And you're wondering, are we going or are we coming back? Those in the PA know. Mnaona vile mnacheka, because you guys know how sometimes it feels, isn't it? So we are saying sometimes we stand in the gap. And parents sometimes think that we are on part of the management. We are not. Ours is a role that does not favor anyone. We just want better for our children. We want a better school so that at the end of the day, we leave a legacy behind. Because everybody has a role to play. I think the other thing I have spoken to when we have had meetings is managing change. Leo nimesema nitaongea initoke. Nitaongea initoke. One of the reasons, and I am sorry to say this, these I have picked up by myself. One of the reasons why we are losing our key member, I would believe, is how change has been managed. True or false? Yeah, and we are very sad that our key member, Mr. Simba, is leaving. I have sat in his office many times to want to know, what can I do as a parent, as a chair, for him to stay? And when he spoke to me, I released him. So, Madam Jadida, I am sorry to say this, we would want to see this change managed better so that we don't lose more members of staff, and especially our key members of staff. And I know Mr. Simba will not come back to pick members of staff from here. If wherever he will go, I don't know where he's going. That's why I was asking Mama, he's going to Uganda. Because he has capacity to nurture members of staff. And that was one of his key strengths, and to manage us parents. But we know, every time I came in, and they know, because I am one of those, I am a soccer mom. So I dropped my son very early. I found Mr. Sambu and Mr. Simba together. That tells me something. And they were just not together, they were eating together. And people who eat together mean they walk in unity, isn't it? There is unity of purpose. So let us manage this change better than we have managed it before, so that we are not losing our key members of staff, so that there is going to be continuity. We are not asking Mr. Sambu to be Mr. Simba. We are just saying he needs all the support that we can give him. During this transition, I have had and seen a lot of things, and most of them not from Mr. Simba, but from the parents. I actually did not know how much the parents know, but I am shocked. Mimi nasema, nataka ifike hapo. We don't want to hear more. And I want to say this, and I will say this in front of the parents, Madam Jadida, walls have ears. Walls have ears. Because sometimes I wonder, zile vitu wazazi nasikia wakisema wamezisikia wapi? Walls have ears. Allow me to be like Mr. Kibaki. who used to speak in parables. I also have one thing I want to add, that we are parents, we are stakeholders. My ask would be, as you're going and crafting a corporate governance strategy, Madam CEO, consider having the chair of PA as part of your board. That person doesn't have to be me, but it would be key to have the chair as part of your board and also an alumni of the school. That's why I'm telling you I'm thinking for St. Austin's. Why? Because when you have a chair as part of that board, not the exco, not your exco, but just the bigger, the larger board. Why? Because this is a person who hears a lot. They know they will be able to point out to you. You don't have to implement that direction you are taking is good, but maybe not at this time. This would be what should be prioritized. So, my last ask, and it's just something I want to reiterate. Let the academic year 2025-2026 be the year that St. Austin's becomes the biggest beneficiary of the fees that we pay, not vice versa. That's my ask, and that is the last one. And I just want to say to the CEO and incoming team, please remember, we the parents are stakeholders and shareholders. We deeply care about the future of this school, and we want to see it thrive. Thank you for all your time and for the commitment you continue to show towards building a stronger, united St. Austin's. Long live St. Austin's. God bless St. Austin's. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the chair. Jennifer, I think you have a future in another industry, but we'll talk about that later. I don't know about that. All right, so we will have time at the end. I just ask you to bear with us as we have our final report. And we will have time for thoughts, comments later on. Now, some of you may be asking, how do we afford all this? You know, who paid for the tents? Who paid for the food? You know, how do you pay for all of this? Well, you pay. So for those of you who don't read you're bawling, let me put it that way. You just pay your fees, you know, you don't even read the details. There is an annual parents' levy. And that levy, again, very wisely conceived by past PAs, is what runs the activities of the school. So instead of us coming all the time to beg, you know, we want to have an event, parents, kilamtu, 500. They felt that this was a cleaner and a more efficient way of doing it. And so that is what is funding all of our activities. And to give the report for the financial year in which we have been serving, I will call the outgoing treasurer, Natasha, to give us the financial report. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Good afternoon, everyone. My names are Natasha Kaigai, and I am a parent in this school. I have 2 children, one in playgroup and another one in year 2. And I'm so happy to be here, and I'm so happy to see all of you. Thank you so much for coming. I will be taking us through our very short financial report that would begin from the 26th of June, 2024, when I assumed office. With the opening balance was 1,376,064 shillings. And with this money, we have been able to run the PA calendar. And among the things we have been able to do is, one, we have been able to have annual staff hampers and appreciation gifts, which we normally give out to all our staffs in St. Austen's as a way of appreciating them for taking care of our children. And other things that we have done with this is we normally have annual meeting, monthly meeting every month, every Monday of every month. We normally hold our monthly meeting. And we also have our events, such as this ones. We've had our Q&A that was held on 18th of January this month. I hope there were some of you who were able to attend that one. And we've also had this event, which is the AGM. We've also been able to pay for all of this that you see in front of you. And throughout the year, our financial year has not yet ended because it normally ends at around June or July. So we've not been able to do a proper accounting for everything that we have been able to spend as of today, because there are still other expenses that were not factored in. But as of 14th of May 2025, our balance was 229,225. So with those very short remarks, I'd like to thank you all once again. I'd like to thank Mr. Simba personally for always being there, for always giving his personal touch to the PA. We wish you the best of luck to wherever you may be going. And as a treasurer, I think I have an ask to the administration, to the management. We've had a lot of challenges just having to plan all of this. It's been a headache. We have to do lots of emails, and I know Magomere, I'm always bothering you all the time. It's not been easy for me. So we've asked for a segregation of account, which we've not been able to get so far, which is very, very unfortunate. It's very hard to plan for the year, not knowing what you have sometimes, going into something and you want to plan it nicely, but you're not getting your funds in time. So I'd really, really appreciate if moving forward we can have our account segregated. Yes, thank you so much. And I'd like to hand it over to Miss Esther.
Thank you, Natasha. I think obviously as we go along, as we continue to increase in participation, we'll be able to increase the efficiency within how we utilize the parents' levy. So now, very gratefully and thankfully, I'm going to sign out as outgoing secretary. I don't know if you'll see me again, within this time, because I'm fired now. So in order to conduct the elections, I'm going to recuse myself, and I'll invite Willie back, our outgoing vice chairman, to take over this section of the elections. I'd like to ask, please, that we move fairly quickly. So Willie, I think you have about 10 minutes, and then we can move on from there. So thank you, Willie, and goodbye.
Semeni one time. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you. This is only fair that I conduct this part, because this is the only recusal that is accepted. The others, they've recused themselves because they're eligible to participate in the election. The first PA meeting I ever attended, I blundered and made a comment. The outgoing chair, there was a transition. In the exco that was there, only the secretary was staying behind. And as he was looking for voting from the crowd, I was seated somewhere there, I can see you, yes. I raised my hand and I said, why don't you let the secretary, for continuity, take up the position of chairperson? He accepted, and that was, we've never really had elections. It's been more of appointment, right? Over the period, right? Please confirm so that I don't need to go and follow John Wills after here. So yes, we've had that scenario. So what happened was, after that statement, we went through the election, and the chairperson, the secretary became chairperson, there was a vice chairperson, there was a treasurer. Then when they got to the secretary, he said, where's that person who spoke? Yes, you look like you'd have made a very good secretary. That's how I was made into the exco. That was a blunder I did. I don't really regret it. It's been a good period. And after that, during the last transition last year, I moved. I think my transition has been great. I moved from secretary to vice chairperson. Unfortunately, that's where I hit the bricks. There's people even in election who always coming second place. I'm not mentioning names, but they've made it that far. And this is the period where we're having the election of the incoming executive committee. We have 4 positions in this segment. We have the position of the treasurer. We have the position of secretary. We have the position of vice chair. And we have the position of chairperson. Before we go to that, I wish to make a request. In the Constitution, it reads that, I don't know, you know, the way we've had, there was a WACO draft, then there was a Constitution, there was a draft in 2010. There was the Bomas draft, yes. So we needed to look at what had been drafted wrongly and needed to be corrected. And there's a draft, there's a settlement there that states that even if you're not a parent after, you're eligible to stay behind. And I wish that we can relook that one, as it wouldn't make sense if a parent is leaving. There's really not much you're contributing in if your child is not here. Correct? Make sense? Say many one term. Yes, that's how we agree on these things. Please, Msif. But as we look at such scenarios, there's also the other position. In our last Parents Association, there was positions that had not been filled. We needed class reps. There was class reps who were not elected, or there was no representation for those particular classes. And what happened is that the Parents Association co-opted parents who are available and willing to do so. So there's 2 things I would wish we ratify. First and foremost, do we agree that when a parent is leaving, they shouldn't be part of the Parents Association? Do we agree? As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. So that's the first one. On the second one, do we allow the Parents Association, considering this is a voluntary scenario where parents, if we feel that there's classes that have a bigger population, you find that in a particular year group, there are 3 classes. So you get, like in year 8, there's 3 classes, or year 9. And representation maybe is 1 or 2. And you're looking at how well to have 3 representatives in that class. Is it okay for the Parents Association to co-opt parents into that segment? As many of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say nay. Okay, the ayes have it. Please clap for yourself. That's very good progress. So many of you may think I have expertise in this. These things, I just studied them early in the morning here. So I'll wish to ask, who's the representative for KG1? KG1. KG1? As they'll be moving to KG2. I stand guided. Playgroup 1 is Samuel, who's confirmed that he will continue with the position. Round of applause for Samuel. And the other playgroups are all covered for. Round of applause. These guys are moving faster than I thought. So playgroup 3 is who? So that we're looking at year 1. Caroline? You're moving with them to year 1. Round of applause to her. And for these positions, kindly, if you feel like that person we are appointing or we are nominating has been doing a good job that you will wish to assist them or to do it better, kindly raise your hand so that I may see you, so that you don't say, oh, Willie was there. He was wearing a boxing t-shirt, so maybe you'll have boxed me. So please don't limit yourself. So let's move to Year 1 moving to year 2. Year 1 to moving to year 2. We're not asking you whether you're staying. We know you're staying. So we're saying you're continuing with the job. Or you're saying, there's a very good request from her. Let me ask, year 1 parents who are here, please stand. Year 1 parents. If you have a child in year 1, as has been tradition in this election, among the three of you, you can point at each other. Who do you feel, or who is willing? First, let me say, who is willing to take up that position? You've already, please give us your name. Anna Mudhoni. Round of applause to Anna Mudhoni. Year 2. Year 2 parents who are here. Do you have representation in year 2? The two of them have already been serving and they'll continue with that. Round of applause to them. Sir, we wish to recognize you even if you're not taking a position. Please just stand and wave. Round of applause. But as stated, if you feel as if maybe there's misrepresentation of your child's class and there's needs for some masculinity input, as you see in it, you can always chime in. Year 3 parents, how are we for year 3? Going to year 4? Going to year 4? You're staying? You need help. So fellow year 3 parents, if you're a year 3 parent here, please stand. I know you're here, stop pretending. But you're already... So you've already been added. You're not being asked, you're being informed. And you're okay with being informed? Fantastic. Round of applause to her. Thank you for that. Year 4? Year 4 parents. Who's the current representative? Going to year 5? Year 4 parents. Any year 4 parents here, please stand. Year 4 parents. Year 4 parents. There's the 2 of you, 3. Yes, yes, yes. There's the 4 of you, 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 3 streams. Minimum 2. So from the 4 of you, who's willing? First, who's willing? Who's willing, sir? We're not insisting on you, but we're saying, sir, are you willing? Are you available? It's not as tiresome as it looks. At times, most of our meetings are online. We're very digital. Technology, imeingia. It's okay? So we count him in. So who else is assisting him? So the 2 of them, round of applause to them. Your name, sir? Francis. Francis who? Francis Gwen? Francis Guerra. Year 5 parents. Going to year 6. They're all staying. So round of applause to them. Fatuma, you're not you. Year 6 parents moving to senior school. Year 6 parents. Hi, Willis. Willis recused himself earlier. Good thing, Willis, I know you're a Christian, because what do we do? What do we know each other beyond here? We go to the same church. Thank you very much. So I know his prayers reach. Of the three of you, who's available? You're staying? Yes, I'm saying she's already staying. You're handling another class. So the 2 of you, can we have the 2 of you? Your name? Agwild. And you, sir? Isam. So the 2 of them, round of applause to them. As they're moving to senior school. Year 7 moving to year 8. Year 7 parents? Fatuma. John, you're seated next to the chair and you don't know what you represent. Year 7, John? Year 7? You've already taken a class? Sir, can we have you as an addition part? Most of our meetings are online. It's just your input that is needed. So your name, please? Boniface Mushiri. So Boniface Mushiri and John. Year 8 moving to year 9. Partially or fully? Even partially. Okay. So we'll take your minimal input. John, your minimal input is much appreciated. 8 moving to 9. Oh, that's the one. 8 to 9 is fine. 9 to 10 is fine. 10 moving to 11. Year 10 moving to 11. Exam year 10 moving to year 11. Parents of year 10 moving to year 11 from September. Why are we pretending that? Oh, sorry. Your name, please. Juliet. Juliet who? Juliet Njoroge takes up the mantle. Round of applause to her. Year 11 moving to year 12. I believe, Jennifer, that's where you sit. Juliet. Yes. Asunta. Oh, you know, people are also voting online. I wish our elections could be done like that in the national level. But we all know what we are scared of when that happens. You'll wish to be part of it? 11 to 12. You're already in 5 to 6. Okay, then that's fine. Much appreciated. So we don't want you to double up, but while you're there, contributing, if you have an issue from this other year group, you can also still share it. Thank you. 12 moving to 13. 12 moving to 13. The kings of the school, kings and queens. 12 moving to 13. Parents of year 12 moving to 13. Kindly stand. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Round of applause to him. Your name, please. Mwakisha Paul. Mwakisha Paul, round of applause to him. So we've covered all the classes. You know, for Tinuke, we were not asking, eh? Yes, sir. Tinuke, I was in your country the other day, and people there don't take no, so even you will not take a no from you. So now we move to the core bits, the executive committee. 12, 13. I'll wish to just confirm with the secretary. For the position of secretary, Esther, I'll wish that you stand first. Just wait. Hold your horses. I've served in that position before. I told her as I was giving her flowers, I couldn't do a quarter of what she's been able to do within that year. I've not seen, just wait. Her accolades are still coming. This is the, what did you call about the trumpet? It doesn't rust, right? But for this one, we need to give her her flowers. She makes our meetings, she moved us from analog to digital. Our meetings, the members will tell you, even if you're as far as whichever part of the world, the meeting will be online. It'll be connected to Google Meet or Zoom meeting. She'll ensure we're part of it. This is me just telling you that if someone is coming to take your position against you. I'm just saying, we are not asking, but just checking. Is there someone who wants to go against her? I'm just checking. It's not fair. It's not fair to present a good candidate. It's not fair for those who are not as good. It's only fair if you present a good one and you present another good one, right? But if you have a very exceptional candidate, say one time. Thank you, Esther. One time is a terminology to remind us that we are being governed badly as a country. Not. So, for the position of secretary, I'm just checking. Is there anyone who feels that we are leaving them out from this position? Secretary. So anonymous or unanimous? Unanimous. So tumekubaliana. So nikisema Esther mnasema one term. Esther, one term is a terminology to remind us. People who are not listening, unakumbuka your head, shoulder, this is the scenario. But Esther, thank you very much, and we're glad that you appreciate and take this position. Then this is a statement I wish to make to the committee. This will be between the, from the executive committee combined with the class reps. There was a request to have the positions of assistant treasurer and assistant secretary. My proposal to you guys is, within the confines of the class reps, appoint from that. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say nay. Si hata mseme nay moja tu at least. Tukuwe na opposition. Position of treasurer. Natasha Kaigai. Hi, Natasha. Please stand. So the position of treasurer, the last treasurer before you was Nyasha Dogo. Nyasha Dogo took a mission with the family and they left the country. They're now in Tanzania. And in the last PA, I was given the financials to present. I'm not an accountant. All I know is they say that accountants don't give solutions, they just show you where the problems are. And I was looking at it, I'm looking at numbers, fine, they're making sense, but not making sense to me. Natasha, you took up this role very well. You've, Mr. Magomere is here to attest. You've been steadfast, you've always ensured that each and every penny is accounted for, of money contributed by parents. And with this in mind, I would wish to ask, is there someone who wishes to take the position of treasurer? It's not as thankless as it seems, because you'll get better in your accounting. It helps you in your personal accounting. It'll help you. Anyone else? So Natasha, thank you very much for this, taking up this position. Thank you very much. Before you sit, please get more coffee. There's a position of the vice chair. The guy who's been holding this position has been aloof. This guy can't be found. This guy is always all over the place. He's tried his best to be available and not being able to attend even online meetings for more than 15 minutes, not being able to assist the chairperson when she's confused and looking for direction. So this person recused himself. So let's clap for this person who's recused himself. You know, I've conducted elections. This can't be Chebukati becoming president. So we've agreed. So for the position of vice chair, no, it's not, I'm done with the mic. Mr. Simba, thank you very much. I wish to ask parents, can we nominate a couple of parents for this position? We don't want to nominate. Thank you for nominating. Bro, you know, if I look at the placement of that executive committee, I was actually a very lucky man. In the executive committee, the ratio was 1:3. 1 gentleman, 3 ladies. I could not match their energy, but at least I brought masculinity into it. Sir, I believe your energy will fit in very well. Thank you very much. What's your name? What's your name, sir? What's your good name, sir? No, but like, we'll figure out how we use that name. Moses. Moses. You remember when Moses was leading the Israelites? Thank you very much, Moses. We're not asking much of you. We're asking for whenever you're available to always accord the team your guidance. And thank you for accepting this very not heavy role. Much appreciated. Round of applause to him. And for that, Moses will get 2 servings at the chairman's barbecue. For the position of chair, Jennifer, how are you? Jennifer, how are you? Please stand. Oh, Willis, you're consulting. Jennifer, we served with you in the previous PA after Michael left. Oh no, with Michael, then Michael left. You were the vice chair, I was the secretary. You moved a step up into chairperson. I moved a step up into filling up your position as vice chair. As I was giving you flowers, I told you, you took us through a storm. We had squabbles with the administration when there was a fee increment. We had our squabbles when Mr. Simba's resignation letter leaked. We had our squabbles when we were complaining about the flooding. We've had our squabbles with management, but you steered us through that process. And while at it, you had indicated that you would be leaving the school. That was the first indicator. Yeah, no, I'm running this. Your input right now is not really valid. You had indicated you are leaving, and we share the same sentiment because your son and my daughter are in the same class because they're in 11 stepping out. And then later on you said William will be staying. That was Nathaniel leaving, then William was staying. But then while at that came Fatuma. Fatuma, how are you? Please stand. Fatuma anajua kujituma. Fatuma heard that Simba is leaving. Where's Jedaida? How are you? You had guests who you are not expecting. Fatuma has offered herself for the same position as chairperson. As I stand here, Moses, I wish I had your knowledge. And your stick to just guide. The 2 of them are available for the position of chair. Right? I present to thee, O ye. The 2 of them are able, no doubt about it. But in a situation where, in a democracy, which Kenya we pride ourselves in, we're never sure about our election results. From 92, we always told there was something, but we claim that we're a democracy. And for us, we've always had an appointment being done at this position. It will have been so easy for me to say, Jennifer, please continue. Fatuma, please become chair. It would have been very easy. But until Fatuma presented herself, and Jennifer saying that she was staying, my hands became tied. So I wish to present this to the parents. Those in favor, or do you guys wish to consult? What's the scenario? What happens here? There's a suggestion. No, please, don't mama. Please raise your hand. Yeah?
Can they both present to the parents their manifesto, then we can vote? Yeah.
There's a suggestion of both of them presenting their manifesto, then we review. Any other suggestion? Not just murmuring. Suggestions? Yes, sir?
Good afternoon, everyone. Between the 2 of them, if they can have a 1-minute discussion and discuss whether one is willing to leave for the other. If not, if both of them are presenting, they can now present the manifestos and then proceed to the next round. Maybe if it's us voting for the one who we feel will be qualified.
Clearly you followed the AU elections. Clearly you did. Clearly you did. There's another suggestion. A radical suggestion. Good thing with the IBC. They never held accountable.
The Constitution allows for 2 vice chair people. So I would also urge us to consider that.
Okay. So there is a suggestion for. Sorry, Tuneke, I'll get back to you. You know, in your country, I was shocked that the last census was 25 years ago. And that census says you have 200 million. Then, that's what I'm saying, that was then. No, we're not imagining, we know. Those guys are all over, but you're doing a good job. So you're saying your suggestion is which one?
I suggest we do a secret ballot. You could just write quickly, because of time, write who you prefer.
So the legal team is consulting inward. This is the legal team. Don't think there's another. This is the legal team.
Okay, if there's a position for 2 chairs, I would propose that we consider it, considering that we're going through a lot of change, a lot of turbulent times. It's disappointing to even see the turnout of parents here. It's rather even more disappointing to see there are only 20 parents online. I mean, this is my first AGM, so I feel like there's a lot of turbulence, and change during that period might not be very key. So my proposal would be, we need a stronger voice out there. I'd propose for Jennifer to stay, and assisted and supported by Fatuma.
You know, we used to watch the feedback from the elections, and Chebukati will show up and say, "Good evening, gentlemen," have his accent, try and give us some juggle. But what I'll have is, hold, Fatuma. I'll take the suggestion from the gentleman first there. First and foremost, the 2 of you can have a discussion. Just the 2 of you can have a discussion on the side. Then, from their feedback, when they agree, not if, when they agree, whatever they'll agree with, we present it to the parents. That makes sense? I'll not be a mediator, I'll just be an ear in that meeting, okay? So DJ, please, tulenge na reggae for 2 minutes. For 2 minutes. The mic to be on. White smoke. White smoke, white smoke, white smoke. From that far corner, white smoke. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So I'll wish that you come here. Just come here, please. Come here. Moses, hey, Musa. Moses, please come. As you stated, there's a lot of turbulence, there's a lot of tension, there's a lot of all this. But I'm glad by the wisdom that is bestowed on these great ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to present to you. This is the first time I'm not asking you guys to vote. I wish to present to you the chairperson of the St. Austin's Parents Association, Jennifer Komek. Wait. There may be a twist. Huh? And the 2 vice chair, ladies and gentlemen. So while they're still here, I'll wish that they address us. 2 minutes. We'll start with Moses. Moses, we are grateful for your wife for what she has done to this community. So Moses, you'll start. Hand it over to Fatuma, then to Jennifer.
Good afternoon, parents. All protocols observed. As outgoing vice, and what he just mentioned, first and foremost, I'd like to thank my wife for setting me up. But I also know that she means well. She's probably seen a leader in the house, and she wants to expose that to the St. Austin's fraternity. Yeah. So we've been parents at St. Austin's for a little less than a year. We just joined in September of last year, so this is really our first year. Year 2 parent and year 9 parent. So definitely a lot for me to learn about the institution. And I'm happy, honestly, to be given this privilege and opportunity to serve. I do sincerely believe that I will offer my support diligently. And again, thank you for giving me an opportunity to do this. Appreciate it.
Wow, thank you so much. That was an easy consultation for me because Jennifer is the elder, and in my culture, you don't go before the elder. Thank you. I'm ready to serve as the vice chair, and nimejituma because I know it is not enough to stand on the sidelines and watch as things are falling apart. And for me, I've already filled forms for Jeffries, accepted already, but my kids sat me down and my husband and said, St. Austin is home. But when you look at the facilities at Jeffries, they have a warm swimming pool. We don't have that here. Our kids come to train early morning in a cold swimming pool. The board, please take note of that. We are not in old archaic age. This is a new era. We need a warm swimming pool. Secondly, I'm a sports person. I was appointed as director for sports diplomacy in Ministry of Foreign Affairs after serving in the bush for 23 years. So all my life, mimi nimejituma. Sijawahi ongojea kutumwa. And at St. Austin, I'm a bit sad that we have empty chairs today, despite the fact how we mobilize. I'm glad there are 20 parents online, but why is not everyone online? We need to work on that. Don't wait to be called. Don't ask yourself what St. Austin will do for you. As the US president said, the former, ask what you will do for St. Austin. And in my closing few remarks, we don't have always in the toilet. I'm pro girls. I have donated some, Mr. Simba, to start with, but I expect this to go into the budget just like toilet papers and everything, because our girls moon every month, and when they moon in school, they don't have to rush to a teacher or to the nurse to get it. It has to be physically present in the toilet. This is also an ask to the board, Madam Board, and I'm glad today it's a female, not a male. We need, this field gets flooded normally. It is a swamp. I'm a football player. I played for Kenya, and we cannot afford our kids missing training because the field is flooded. I have put a small presentation together which I've shared with the parents in terms of what our successes are. We have really achieved as a committee, and clap for us. But we've had our challenges too. And one of the challenges is Mr. Simba leaving. I went to Mr. Simba and I told him, if you leave, I leave. And for me, that was it. But looking back, Mr. Simba, you're not going anywhere. You'll be with us. You will be advising Mr. Sambu. You will be holding our hand and guiding us. And wherever you go, we will always come to you for advice. Lastly, the basketball court, we have two. This we've asked already for it to be an indoor. All the international schools have an indoor facility. It is a shame St. Austin does not have. We pay a lot of money. If you look at Jeffries, and I'll say this openly, the fees is half what St. Austin asked for. But in terms of facility, they have all the games. They even have a link to a Premier League club so that the kids in their school get an opportunity to play football. I have already met with Arsenal Football Club. The Fan TV was in Kenya, and I had a privilege to represent the British High Commissioner, and my only ask was, can you partner with St. Austin? And the answer was yes. For basketball, we have a proposal that is before the CEO. And as parents, myself, I was representing the sports committee as the chair for that small committee. It wasn't easy. We didn't have football in St. Austin when I came. It was a basketball school. We literally introduced St. Austin, and I'll ask her, football, I'll ask her to stand, Mama Washeke, from scratch. We did it with our 4 kids, and today we have over 36 children playing football in the academy. I support Manchester United, but when Arsenal hover, yes, Man U. I hope to link up with Manchester United, but Arsenal has come calling, and you have to answer to that prayer. They are still in the country, and I look forward to working with the rest. So msinyamaze, mtusukume, hata kama ni kwa ukuta, don't get scared. I'm an advocate of the High Court. I just opened my law firm on Monday after 23 years being in the bush and doing legal aid. So I look for cases also from all of you. But I look forward to supporting Jennifer and with my co-vice chair, Moses. And really, Mr. Sambo, I'll ask you to stand. And Mr. Simba. It's not easy to have a transition. And at times, it's God calling. You don't run away from change. For me, you stay there and effect the change yourself. But I expect all the parents to stand with us. I'm a footballer. Please don't stand on the sidelines and cheer us. It takes a team to win a game. It takes each one of us to take St. Austin to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sambu. Mr. Simba, kindly be seated. Again, I want to say asanteni sana for the vote of confidence. Again, I promise that I will do my best. I promise that we shall build a stronger team of the EXCO class reps, and we hope that by next year, same time, we shall have a lot more to be proud of. But I think the biggest challenge is to the board and to the management. Kindly listen to the cries of the parents, please. Because we need to have a better school than we have had in St. Austin's. Please. Because we want to, as my vice has said, I don't see why we don't have many parents. We had done a very good job. I remember the last event we had, there was quite a number of parents. But this upheaval that has been here has caused a lot of uncertainty. So now, the biggest job is to the class reps, the EXCO, the new school head. We have quite a job to get back to where we were in the last one term. And I am sure with your support, with your correction, I am learning to listen more and say less. And I've struggled, but that is what I'm looking towards doing. So we will listen to you, and we hope that also management can listen and not talk much, but listen and at least make sure that you've listened and acted upon our asks. And with that, I want to say asanteni sana. We are just about to finish, and I know really this is not my call, but can I ask the EXCO to stand up and join us? And as they are joining us, then we'll also want the class reps to follow, so that at least we get to know who has joined the team, and yeah, everybody will know who to go to when we have issues. And there is no issue small enough for it not to be brought to the EXCO, because when we get to hear of any issue, we document, and it is through documentation that we can stand up and say, we have asked for this and this, it has not been taken care of, we have asked for this and you took care of it. So there is some form of audit that can be done when things are written down and when we have exchanged emails, when there is communication that is proper. And yeah, that's what we are asking our parents. Thank you, and have yourself a good afternoon. Remember, we have the chair. Is it the chairman's barbecue today, or it's the vice chair's barbecue? Karibu sana. Thank you.
Round of applause to all of them one more time. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The class reps, please. Class reps, please join. Good thing is, if I say anyone with an iPhone to take a photo, all of you will take an iPhone out. So please, whoever has a phone, please just take a photo. You can share it within your forums. Just take your phone out, take a photo of them. This will come in handy whenever you need to know who's who, right? Right? Do you wish for them to speak or just to say hi? Do you wish they say hi? Or you're saying no, it's not your call. Please just say hi. And hand it to the next person.
Hi, my name is Anna Modoni. We cannot play this game just by watching. We have to be in the league. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Juliet Njoroge. I think year 11 now, representative. Yeah. Hi, I'm Caroline Theory. Reception, now going to year 1. I'm happy to be with the team.
Hi, I'm Aguil Tong, class representative, year 6, going to year 7 now.
Hi everyone, my name is Nimeda. I'm from class 2 to 3.
Good afternoon, I'm Emma Gishonge, representing year 3 going to year 4.
Good afternoon, my name is Josephine Kanyaru. I'm representing year 5 going to year 6.
Hi, this is Wanjiko Jenga, year 1.
I don't know, should I leave this position, the one for year 5 going to 6, but I'm Mama Hamad in year 7, Mama Hamida in year 5 going to 6, Hamad is going to year 8, and then Hamar is joining in from Pink Tower, he will be in year 1, and I look forward to supporting the other parents. And
good afternoon, parents. My name is Meldon Onyango, year 9 going to year 10.
Good afternoon, parents. My name is Esther Mulinge, representing year 2 going to year 3.
Good afternoon, parents. My name is Paul Mwakisha, representing year 12 going to year 13.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Boniface Ushia. I'll be representing year 7 going to year 8.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Judith Shamala. I have 2. I have Gabriel in reception, but I will be representing 3 going to 4. That's Ivana.
Good afternoon. I'm Elizabeth Muli. I think from all this lineup, I'm one of the oldest parents. Yes. So our firstborn cleared here in 2023, year 11. She's currently at Daystar. Our secondborn is doing his O-level. Our thirdborn is in year 7 going to year 8. I will be representing year 5, the coming year 5. And the last one is moving from year 2 to year 3.
Good afternoon. I'm Joe Mutahi, representing year 7 going to year 8.
Good afternoon again. I'm Tinuke Ajagwe. I'll be representing year 11 going to year 12.
As they take your seats, I've seen you've noted them. As you go into the barbecue later on, please, if you wish to have a conversation, take their contacts. Round of applause to them as they take their seats. I hand over the mic again. Was the election good? Was it great? Was it great? What do you say to the IBC that conducted that election? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Willie. Clearly, I think I've taken the wrong job. So even if you're leaving, we might have to look at you for MC services. So we'll talk to you later. Thank you all for just bearing with us as we conducted that very important segment. I know we are fewer than we thought, but we are many more than we were last year. So those of us who were here last year, we selected from about maybe 20 to 30 people. And we would like, as we go along, to really hold every year full, comprehensive elections. So we want to just encourage parents to get involved and take part, because it's important to know your leadership, to choose your leadership, and for them to be accountable. We're moving on now to the last part. I know we were going to finish at 1. It's 1:05. I'd like you to just bear with us for some minutes. We have a session now, just a brief one, with the management. Obviously, the Parents Association works in very close partnership with the management of the school, that being the administration, the academic staff, and also the board of directors. And so we would like, or we invite them to our events to get to know them, and also for them to get to hear us. And so perhaps to respond also to some of what they've had today. I know it's a very long conversation, an ongoing conversation, but we can just maybe have a word. We have heard, obviously, from the CEO's letter that they are planning to hold a forum for parents. Really, I think that would be the most comprehensive time, when we will have more than enough time to question them and to hear about where they are at in terms of the school. But we will invite Jadida to give a word. But prior to that, I'd like to invite Mr. Simba to just introduce himself and the members of his team who are here, and then introduce Jadida. So Mr. Simba, karibu.
Good afternoon, parents. It's a tough day for all of us. Let me start by saying something about me, who I am, where I come from. The second born in a family of 7, 6 boys, 1 girl. My mother was widowed way back in 1973 and left with 6 boys, 1 girl. Of course, you can see my color. And the first school I attended was in Kariobangi. So it was not easy, as you know. And I'm here standing because of my mother. A very strong woman, yes. Who I'm still blessed to have around. She's 87 years of age. And she's the reason I do what I do, because she handled that time very well. She was very brave and in a quiet way. She's only 5 foot tall, and she had 6 boys and 1 girl, okay? I was at the National Youth Service in 1987. Back then, I only weighed 90 kilograms. So it's a long time ago. I was the official right marker for the National Youth Service because of my height. And when I left the National Youth Service, I joined Kenyatta University and did a degree in education. And my subject was double mathematics. Graduated in 1990 and was privileged to be allowed to teach at Starehe Boys Center as my first posting. And those of you who are aware of Starehe Boys Center, you know back then More than 80% of those boys came from a disadvantaged background. They were sponsored by Save the Children Fund. And I cut my teaching teeth being guided by the late Geoffrey Griffin. So I had a very good start in the profession. At some time, I worked at Brookhouse for 12 years with the most privileged children in the society. Why is it important to say this is that the children at Stare and the children at Brookhouse had the same issues. It's a myth when you believe that somebody who's privileged should not have issues and somebody whose background is poor should be tough. It is a myth. It is not correct. The issues of self-esteem were the same for those sets of children. They all need support. Of course, they are grounded, their behavior changes. It starts them off, but it does not mean that's a measure of who you become. The issues are the same. And for me, I'm very happy that I understand that balance. I always tell my staff, never judge a young man or a young boy, a young girl, because they come from a single home. Don't make any assumptions. Because their parents are not there, or because they are privileged that they come from a strong economic background. That is already a wrong approach to anything. I always tell them, don't expect them to be any different than your own child in the house. There's no difference. So sometimes I tell them, never make a remark and say, anyway, ni mtoto wa tajiri. I tell them that is very wrong. You don't do that. Already you're creating a bias in your mind, then you will not support that young child properly, because already you've made an opinion, which is wrong, which is very wrong. Economic bias is as bad as tribal bias. You don't make that judgment. Everyone needs support, irrespective of that. I came to St. Augustine's the first time when I was only 28 years of age. I was not even married. Back then, a third of the staff were expatriate teachers, a third were from the Asian community, a third were locals. That was us. That was the policy then. Of course, there were very, very few schools back then in 1984 that offered a foreign curriculum. But now, we are in a clearly school district that we all know. I came back 9 years ago as school principal, and I've loved being your principal. I've loved the support you've given me. Your children are my opium. Whenever I have a bad day, all I need is to come to school. And when I get to school, my problems are solved. I love teaching children. Even as principal, I've always done a minimum of 14 hours of teaching. I love it. I love being in this classroom. I love how they changed me, how they've made me. I love the small things I've also given them. I'll apologize to them when I make a mistake, and I have no worries apologizing to a student. It's tough leaving St. Augustine's, and it's not because I resigned. I did not resign. That's not the correct statement. Resignation means I was rebelling against something. I did not resign, all right? I did not rebel. I just opted not to renew my contract because I'm looking to do other things. I will still be a teacher. I will teach until my body will not allow me to teach anymore. If I'm blessed with good health, I'll continue teaching for as long as I can. We have a great school. We are a big school. When I first came here, I promised the first parents' body that we met that I will make a change For those who are here, I will make you a school that is recognized, where your son or daughter will have the same opportunity like if they went to any other school to excel. I always believe that every child must have the opportunity to excel in school, in any way, in any field, with a particular bias to academics, because at the end of the day, that is why you are here. That is why you are here. For them to succeed and be able to move and get a trade and get a skill. So I always favor and push that part because it's important. I love it when the students who are below average get a step or two above. I love that we have a special needs unit supporting us in school, and we really look forward to encouraging those who need that support to use it. We can always use more. We've been blessed by you, our ambassadors. The reason the school is big is because of you. Wherever you are, where you talk about us, we always get inquiries. People walk into school because you are giving us a good word out there. You've always supported us by giving us a good word out there. And we see it. We've grown, we are big because of the support you've given us. And in turn, I want to apologize for where we have failed you, where my team has failed you. I apologize. We've always tried to do the best. I wake up in the morning thinking about school. I go to bed thinking about school. I was here during COVID. I worked for 8 months from my office online. Never did I do it at home. I came to school every day so that my children can see I am in school. To build confidence, I am in school. I'm in my office when I was teaching them. For those who are here, you would walk in upset because of the online, you would find me there. It was a difficult time, as we all know. And when it ended after 8 months, I tore down the online learning because I knew it was affecting us badly. Jennifer's husband almost took off my head at the time because I didn't offer that, but I told her, children must come to school and play. We are tired of being at home. It was a long time. It was difficult. Children needed to come to school. Children needed to run around again. They were confined in the houses. You didn't allow them to go anywhere. It was a difficult time. We survived because you supported us. We won 594 learners online. 594 learners online. For a school which did not have that platform. On the 13th of March, I was at a heads meeting and we were told schools are done. Patient 0 had been found. Came back to school, had the shortest meeting with the board. It lasted 15 minutes. And I was told, Simba, it's on you. And I told them not to worry. We will do it. And we got through the online learning. And at that time, there were no exams going on in the world. There was a formula of predicted grades. So you had to put in predicted grades and try and churn out results. But there was a twist to it. They were going to look at the portfolio of the school for the last 5 years. And they were to do an algorithm to decide how they'll give the results. Because I had seen our results for the last 5 years, I opposed that. And I deferred our exams to the next window, October, November. Why did I do that? I knew we had a strong bunch of students, and I knew they'll be discriminated on because of the last 5 years. Our performance was poor. And that year, we produced the best grades at IGCSE, with our top student getting 8 A stars. And I had a lot of flack from the board, from the parents of the students at that time, and I stood my ground. I told them, please trust me. We will do the exams. and it will not be predicted grades. It will be what the score happened. The results came out in January, and May, June the following year, we still presented another set of candidates. The teachers here worked overtime. We developed the program of Saturday to make the gaps that we had lost because of that. They work very hard. And I apologize one more time if at once in a while they have offended you or disappointed you. The staff believe in your children. The staff love working with your children. It is a culture. I have told them we must always keep. I have taught them to understand that their children, I want them to see how I love them, how I love working with them as an example to handle them. We leave behind a very good team. I leave behind a very good team. I have personally told Dr. Sambu I'm only a phone call away. I'm only a phone call away. He should never be worried. And I want to repeat, the decision made me cry for so many days. It was not an easy decision to make. I did not make this decision lightly. It is very difficult for me to walk away from St. Augustine's. I love this school. I came here as a young man, and my youngest child is 26 years. Those of you who I have taught your children, you know what I stand for, what I like, what I don't like. I wear my emotions on my sleeves. Sometimes it's counteractive, but it's the way I am. I don't hide. I don't like hiding. The kids know it, and we've built a beautiful community. The team is here, and to the board, please, you've heard what has been said. Don't let me down, don't let us down, please. Don't let us down, please. We have to be the same school 10, 15, 20 years from now. All right? Thank you, parents. Let me ask my leadership team to come, those who are here present. Dr. Sambu, Dr. Andati, Mr. Magomere. My staff members, Coach Chris is here. I believe Coach Gitao is here somewhere. Stella is here. Nabila is here. Come up. My staff, come up, please. Gatere is here. Boni is here. Would you believe apart from the two of them, I'm the youngest member of staff in terms of years I've been here. All of them, I found them here, apart from the two ladies. So you can see we have a lot of institutional memory in just this small sample, very small sample. They know what to do. They understand what to do. If there's anything I've left them, I've shown them a template. All I'm asking again to the board, you need to support us. You really need to support us on this. Each one of them knows what to do. They know their roles. We need support. Thank you very much, team. Dr. Sambu has been here for 14 years. He's also a teacher of mathematics like myself. He's held the position before. He's also been a leader at other centers where he's worked. We can never clone somebody else. We all understand that. He also has his own style. I always tell children we can never clone somebody else, and it's true. No, we should never be, you can never clone somebody else. But it doesn't mean that a different style, a different method doesn't work. That is not true. All right? It's not true. He has his own demeanor. He knows how he'll use it to be as effective, if not better, than I was. I need all of us here present and those online to support Dr. Sambu, because in turn, you are supporting your children. In turn, you are supporting your children. All right? Esther, thank you very much. To the PA, thank you. This is a beautiful setup. Beautiful setup. Thank you very much. I'm still here. I have not left. Asante sana.
Thank you very much. Allow me to say a word to Mr. Simba and also appreciate the PA for the good work that you are doing. Good afternoon, everyone. I was listening as Mr. Simba was talking, and whatever he has said, all that he has said, it's very true. It is true. We've worked with Mr. Simba for 9 years. 9 years, he found me here after serving for 5 years as head teacher, and I'm the one who welcomed him the first day when he came to St. Austine's for the second time, because he was here earlier. But he was coming as a principal now. I'm the one who handed over the office to him because I was acting for 1 term when Mrs. Ado, the then principal, left. So I was the one who was given the job in an acting capacity. So we worked with Mr. Simba. Every day, I'm sure some of you who come early, dropping your children as you go to work at 6, the person standing at the reception is none other than me, if you have been observant. And then Simba, if not standing with me, is already in the office planning. Then I join him for tea, as Jennifer Kome told you. It's very true. So I liked the parting shot of our speaker today, that we are now in a turbulent season and we should not run away from turbulence. We should step in and face the turbulence together for the sake of our children. So as I stand here, I'm truly honored to stand before you and accept the position of the school principal. Mr. Simba was holding this position, and we have a success as a school, not because of Mr. Simba, but because of his leadership and our collective efforts. No school can succeed with the effort of one individual. It is a collective effort of all the staff, all the students, all the parents. If we are working as a team, the school will perform very, very well. So, Mr. Simba, we are truly, truly grateful to have you. I know your shoes are number 13. Mine are number 6. But if we put all our shoes, parents, teachers, and students together, we will fit. But mine alone cannot. So what I'm asking you is that we all work together. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the school board for placing their confidence in me, and I'm excited to be part of the SAR community, a community that's dedicated to the nurturing of young minds and preparing them for the future. To the incredible faculty and staff, I look forward to collaborating with each one of them. Their hard work, passion, and dedication are the cornerstones of this great institution. Together, we will continue to foster an environment where creativity flourishes, diversity is celebrated, and every student feels valued, supported, and appreciated. You heard from Madam Fatuma that the children refuse to go to another school. Just because of this, what I'm saying, here the children feel valued and supported. And that is what I want to see continuing. I want all of us to work and support our children so that they feel happy and they feel great and have fun as they learn and gain skills in our school. So I'm appealing to you, my dear parents, if you had actually contemplated transferring your children to other schools, please don't do that. Don't do that. This is a good school. And we are there. Mr. Simba is still around. He's not going very far. He is living through me and the staff. We are going to have all the operations moving on the way they were, if not better. Yeah, but with God, I know we will manage. To you, my esteemed parents and guardians, I understand the trust you placed in the school, because whenever I stand there every day, I see you dropping your children to school. I am committed to maintaining the open communication lines and to be a partner with you so that together we can create a safe and enriching environment for your children. I salute you, sir, Mr. Simba, because you are my role model. I know you have not been controversial as I am. I'm also not controversial, that's what I'm saying. We value you because you build a very strong team. A very strong team. The staff have a very good word for you, because I've been interacting with very many of them when they got to know that you want to step aside and do your teaching as you are saying. But we are going to continue being with you. Please feel free, walk to the office, come share a cup of tea with us the way you've been, laugh with us the way you've been doing, and let's be together. Teamwork is something we are proud of, that you are living with us. I appreciate our PA for the support. You've mentioned a number of things. I was noting them down, and I saw our CEO, she was doing the same. So I want to promise you, we will work together with the CEO to address these challenges so that at least we create a very good environment for our learning. With those few remarks, thank you very much. Let me hand over the microphone to the secretary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simba, the team. You know, as I was listening, some of us jump around a lot. We are called trauma blockers. We look like we are fine because we don't want to cry. So I think when I was listening to him is when it hit me, you know, and we've been planning this event knowing, you know, in this kind of turmoil. So we are just really very grateful to you, Mr. Simba, and we wish you the best. My daughter is in year 2, by the way. I haven't said what I'm doing here. Some of you may be wondering why I'm here, but I'm also a parent in year 2. I haven't told her that you're leaving. We also have to manage the younger children because, you know, you are also a big part of their lives. So we are grateful, and we know we are still here, so we'll deal with that when we get there. Just finally and quickly, I know we are running out of time, but I'd like to invite Jadida, our CEO, just to give us a word, and I believe we have representatives from the board of directors. So karibu.
Thank you, Esther. Our board of directors were represented by Professor Suki. She's one of the 7 board members we have. Our parents, our guardians, our management led by Mr. Simba and your team. We have auxiliary staff, teams from CSO. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I think it would be really important, to invite Professor to say a few remarks, please, before I do my remarks, and then we'll close up the session. So, Professor.
Thank you very much, Jadida. All protocols observed. I've learned from Simba, even if I look this small, I can be a very big woman. So I'll remember that, Simba. But I'll try and just really have a really short speech. Yes, by the way, this is my first PA to come to, and to some degree, I will apologize, but on the other hand, I've been very busy with Technical University of Kenya. I've been a DVC there, and I had got very involved there, and I'm a professor there. So, and I'm at a transition point myself, where I'm deciding, do I continue to put all that effort there, or shall I come towards ASL and the schools? So I'm in that position right now. But anyway, I was listening very intently to both the invited speaker and the parents and the PA, I'm going to call you PA board. And there was a few things that came up, and I'm going to really try and be short. But one of them was protect your children no matter what. That really hit me because I know I am a parent, and I must say I have been a difficult parent. So I can appreciate when you really want to have the best for your child. And also what was also said was affection, belonging, and appreciation. I think that's something that needs to be right through, whether it's through the parents, right through to the board. There was something else that really touched me was school and parenting are the greatest statement of trust. That is a very strong statement, and I've taken it to heart. And I will do what is necessary to maintain that aspect. Another thing that came up was, it was put in many words by the speaker, but also by those who have talked before me, that to listen. But I'll also say, listen, pause, and reflect. And then from there, act. This is really what I would say a thinking through process. And it's very much what I teach in design and design thinking. And I think that's something that needs to really be upheld. And this is a great statement, because I do think us as a company, we need to be a learning organization. And actually, learning organization is a way of governing, of administering, and being a business. It's not just saying learning organization. It is something that is out there, which does the listening, it does the reflection, it does the pausing, and it does the collaboration and working together in action. The other thing I'd like to say is that you've talked about St. Austin's, and I will say we also have the other school, that we're an international school. And I've heard and taken note in terms of the things that you would like physically, so that we can look like an international school. And just to let you know, we're having a board meeting on Monday, so I will be taking a lot of this information to that board. But there was something else that that came up from the speaker, and I think also the chairman, Jennifer. Jennifer said there's still hope for the country and the continent. And the speaker talked about human connection. And also Jennifer talked about integrity. And I'm going to add social impact. I think as a school, as a company, besides the schooling and preparing your children and nurturing them, we are responsible from the point of view of education and making a difference and having that social impact, which is important to actually have it go through into your children, because we're going into a world which we have no idea how it's going to be with all that's happening with AI and GAI. So we need to really have that ability to build the children so that they can also have a social impact and give hope to the country and the continent. And I'm sure the founder who was with education at the time of independence, that was one of his goals. That was one of his motivations. That was one of his inspirations. I would also like to say and congratulate those who have been elected as the new PA team. And I just want to say also from my experience having gone through different levels in the education setup, from a chairman to a director, to a deputy principal, to a deputy vice chancellor. You're never really ready for the seat that you're sitting on. The seat doesn't make you, you make it. And so it's to have the courage to build yourself into that seat, because that is the learning process and that's the growth. But it will also come from mentorship. Enjoy and take advantage of whatever mentorship you can have and be open to it. There's nothing wrong to be in some of these seats and you don't know. What is wrong is when you don't open up to be able to listen and learn. And on that note, I also want to say that yes, we are not perfect. We make mistakes. But a mistake is only a problem when we don't learn from it. And so that is something I also will say from the speaker and also from my experience I have found very important. I have noted that you talked about turbulence and change. I've heard it very clearly. I've also heard your concerns about change and the change management. I will pass this to the board, and I've heard you very clearly. And that you don't intend to stand aside while you see things falling apart. I appreciate that, because that tells me how much you love the school and how much the school means to you. And I don't want you to stand aside if you're seeing things falling apart. You need to bring that forward, because you cannot solve a problem if you can't see it. I also want to appreciate the PA, the Parents Association, your support and your passion. And I also want to say, I am also very sad to see Simba go. When he talked here, I almost had tears myself. And I understand his appreciation for education and passion, because I do have the same feeling and appreciation for and passion for education. I have been in the university for more than 40 years. And I've been at different stages really working to see how do we make the change, how do we improve on what we have, how can we stretch that envelope to do that much better, to make that difference and to have an impact on this country, the continent, and the globe. I will also like to say that I appreciate the oncoming group. And I've listened to what Simba has said, that he has a structure that is really in place. And I've told Simba I'm going to shadow him from now until he goes. Because I am the chairman of the Education Consultant Unit. And I'm seeing that we need to do much more in terms of that aspect. And in doing that, I as the chairman of that unit, will support what is necessary for this change with Mr. Sambo and the team that I saw here and I much appreciate. I've heard that you have templates, frameworks, and things in place. So why change what is working? But we can also improve on what is not quite working. So on that note, I will just say that I'm very grateful for those of you who came. I'm grateful for those who are online. It is as two of you have said, you're a little sad that they weren't all the teachers, all the parents. The numbers were not as much as you were expecting. And that is unfortunate. But all the same, I would say that from my position and from where I stand, I will do my best to support and enable the change to be something that will not be so turbulent, but will be something that will take us to another level. So thank you very much. At this point, I think I will call Jadida back.
Thank you very much, Professor. I do not have a lot of remarks today, but a lot of gratitude. And I'm going to start off with Mr. Simba. Yeah? Thank you very much. I've not been here for 9 years, but I've seen the impact that we've made, not only on the kids, and I know when the school started, I have a history of what the school was like and what the school is now. there is tremendous change, not only on the growth in terms of student population. When we look at the junior school, you look at the senior school, the classes are up to the brim. We are now almost a 3-stream school, thanks to you. The other issue that came up, Mr. Simba, was about discipline. We know the kind of issues we had in this school before Mr. Simba joined. And you worked with the same team. I have to say, we've not had a lot of teachers leave, really. You worked with the teachers that we had in order to create the discipline that we see today. Kids who are respectful, who are courteous, who have certain values that they embrace based on our school culture. And it is because of you. So I know you're also a very passionate mathematics teacher. I know when you do your introductions, you first say, my name is Mr. Simba Songe, I'm a mathematics teacher, and then principal second, because of what Professor said, the passion you have for teaching. You really have made an impact. I know you said you're not renewing your contract as a principal, but as far as I know, you're still a mathematics teacher, so we can have a discussion about mathematics teaching in A-levels, because you really have made an impact. To your staff, you're not only a leader, you're their father. Yeah? As we've had management conversations, it's very, very clear. Your heart is with the staff, it's with the people. You protect them, almost to a fault, actually. Yeah? You love and care about them. You've mentored them, and that's the reason why we have Dr. Sambu, who's now been promoted. Yeah? He may not have been ready 9 years ago, but he is now because of your leadership and your mentorship. We are advertising the position for the head teacher for secondary school internally. Why? Because we believe we have the skill sets, we have the knowledge, and you have mentored and coached your team to be able to take on those particular roles. So we really thank you. You're part of our family. You're not going anywhere. And just know you continue to be a friend of the school. We'll reach out to you for consultations. And parents, I just want to assure you, whereas he is leaving, physically, he still is going to be with us, and you'll continue to see him as being part of this community. So on behalf of management and the board, I really thank you from the bottom of my heart. Can we clap for him, please? For the PA, congratulations to the newly elected team. I'm delighted that we have some continuity. I know when I joined a year ago, you're a new team. And obviously, guys, it was not easy. There was a lot of challenges and things that we needed to do. So I'm grateful that you continue with that mantle. I'm grateful that you continue to spearhead the passion for representing the welfare of your children. The conversations we have with you sometimes they're not easy, but at the end of the day, it's what's in the best interest of the children. There's lots that we've accomplished as a team in the last year. I know you talked about the dining hall facility and the provider that we have where we have a wholesome meal. There's lots of things we've also done in the junior school. So we really are committed by August to get rid of the wooden block that you have there. So we've done a lot of renovations in order to bring in 2 of the classes back onto the new block. We have a French classroom, we have a cookery club. We also have put together some waiting bays for senior school and junior school. And I know those are minor, but the bigger picture is with the strategy that we're going to unveil. And therein lies the challenges that you've highlighted to us around our facilities. So when we have that forum, we'll definitely have discussions as to what are those facilities that are going to be able to support teaching and learning and support the other areas of our teaching and learning, which is our sports, we have performance arts and many other things that we need to do. So I thank you. I look forward to working with you, continue to challenge us, and I know through Professor and the board, we will have all the support to be able to implement all of those challenges that you have mentioned. And I really thank the PA because I've been to several schools and I can tell you the engagement that we've seen here today, where you have class reps raising their hands to represent their classes. It's really commendable. Yeah, you have a very active PA. And this is really commendable. It tells me about the love and care that you have for the school and the passion that you have for us to move from one point to the other point. To the staff, to Dr. Sambu, first of all, yeah, congratulations. We're going to work very well together. So can we first give him a clap, please? I'm telling you here in public that I'm committed to work with you, to listen, One of the things I've heard from Mr. Njoroge is seek first to understand than to be understood. Seek first to understand than to be understood. So in all our communications and interactions, I'll be able to understand what are the pain points on the ground that at the end of the day will make an impact. And I know the first one is people. I know Mr. Simba has told me this many, many, many times. And I'll make sure, through the support of the board, that our people will be taken care of. Yeah, we'll take care of your people, we'll look at our welfare needs, we'll look at our compensation and benefits, and any other issues that are a pain point for the people. And for the parents, thank you very much. You have many choices in this country in terms of taking your children. I know at some point, because of what we're going through, some of the parents had wanted to withdraw their children. But I just want to say thank you. We don't take you for granted because you have many choices. You have many choices in terms of other schools that offer the same, if not better. And we thank you that you continue to choose us. And as Mr. Simba has challenged us, we will not disappoint you. We'll do even better. We will do even better, and we'll put all the resources together and ensure that we all work together as a team. To the staff, we know you work tirelessly. Many Saturdays I come here and there's lots of activities happening, not only in teaching, but in other activities in terms of sports, arts, whatever that might be. I know that we may not have done well for you in the past, but we'll do the very best that we can to make it better. Lastly, I'm very excited about a 5-year strategy that we're about to roll out. We're in the final stages of rolling out. I know this is not the session to talk about those things, but we will have a forum that's organized by the office where we'll have hopefully yourselves and many other parents so that you can see what the board has in terms of their vision and mission for the next 5 years. What are those plans in terms of enhancing teaching and learning, enhancing our facilities, taking care of very important pillars like people. So that will happen in the next term as soon as we are finalized with the 5-year strategy. So with that, I say thank you very much. I pray and I ask that you continue to support us. Continue to support Dr. Sambu, because he needs that. I thank Mr. Simba for helping us with the transition, and we pray that the parents will do the same and give us all the support so that whatever it is that we are doing is in the best interest of your children. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jadida. We are grateful for your presence. We've had, as Jennifer has alluded to, quite a time of turmoil in the last few months. We had established a structure of regular engagement with Jadida, which we expect to continue, obviously, now that things are settling. We will obviously continue that, and we just like to ask for that engagement, even with the school at this time, to be kind of escalated, so that, because we have a lot of questions, we have parents who have a lot of questions. We are dragged for not, opening the field and having all the questions, but we really ask you to bear with us because of time. We could be here for the whole day, but what we are is here. So the Jadida is not going anywhere for now. Professor Suki is staying with us. So I ask your forgiveness because we are an hour late. I can see someone winking at me who had given feedback that, our meetings do tend to overrun. We will get better and better, but I believe it was important to hear from everybody that we heard from today. Somebody has a comment or a question? Okay. So it's 5 minutes to 2. Can I defer that to the chair? Okay. But may I say, this is not going to be an endless session. Yeah, you will bear with me on that, because we also have parents who need to leave, we have parents who are going to work, we have parents who have come from work. I know there's someone who came from work to come here, so let us just wrap it up. A few minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What I want to say is that for a meeting like this, if we call it parent-teacher engagement, then it has to be a situation where we don't just come and listen. We also have opportunity to ask questions, direct questions, and get direct feedback. So I'm saying, maybe not today because you've said we are closed, but for the next meeting, you must plan the agenda in such a way that the teachers and the parents have the opportunity to ask the question. For example, I have a question, but because you don't want me to go and go, because when the other lady spoke, she made a direct observation about Mr. Simba, that Mr. Simba is leaving the school because of X. And we wanted to hear that X here, right now. You know, because when I live here, why will I come to get enlightened and then go away less enlightened than I even came?
Okay. Can I respond? Yeah. As Jennifer comes to speak, I'd like to say that as a parents association, and those of you who've been in the school for a very long time will know, we are very new. We've just started. This is just, I would say, 1 year of us having this level of engagement. So we are learning, and we are going to look on my personal behalf as a secretary. We will continue learning, and we will continue to frame the events, you know, as we hear you, to better meet your needs.
Good afternoon. As your PA chair, I am going to be dictatorial and say we will give you 25 minutes, really, because you will be our timekeeper. Thank you for asking that question. My reason for saying that Mr. Simba is leaving because there was a communication breakdown is not an official position. It's a position that I have picked from the conversations that have been going on with the teachers, with the board, and also an engagement of some form of emotional intelligence. So, that's why I said it is important that we manage the change properly and better going forward. Because there are certain asks that as a PA, we have continuously asked the last 2 years or 3 years. And especially to do with staff remuneration, staff bonuses. And I think Mr. Simba has been at the forefront of this ask for the longest. And I think at some point he felt defeated. So as a parent, I can authoritatively say that could be one of his drivers, because you don't want to sit in a space where you feel like you're not heard. Remember what our speaker said today? So that is the reason why I said that communication and not focusing on what our key drivers for the school are. And personnel is one of our biggest key drivers. And that was the reason why I said what I said. And I said it's a personal observation, a personal opinion, but there's an element of truth. And if you ask those of us who have been in the PA, they can tell you, if they are truthful, they will tell you this is one of the biggest reasons for Mr. Simba to leave. We did not anticipate or foresee his leaving. But I think in the last 2 terms, for us who have been interacting with him, we could feel and see that he's defeated. You know, small things like supplies. It started with tissue, we complained. It went to printing papers during school. You know, when they have exams, even you will get tired. You'll be asking yourself, I've put in the effort, now it's, you know, just that change. Because somebody would have come up and said, you know, other things like, there are certain things for us who have been in this school for the last 10 years that we have seen change drastically in the last 1 year. and they really did not need to change. So I could understand some of Mr. Simba's frustration, because we will always come back and ask, Mr. Simba, why don't we have branded books, you know, in the school? You all remember that scenario. Of course, I remember what he told us, that Kasuku was, had broken down. Do you know, I went out of my way to find out whether the factory had broken down. And I found out it was not the case. So I knew someone somewhere had not done their job. Yeah, and is Samuel here today? I remember he raised it, because in our forums, these parents, as you're seeing them, the PA, they really hold us accountable. So if you are talking about something that you don't know or you don't have evidence, you have to be very careful of what you say. And that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. So we need to support Dr. Sambu, because for him to perform, we must ensure that he gets everything. And we should not even be asking about small things like printing papers. Why would our students not do their exams because printing papers have not been provided for? And I can go on and tell you the shenanigans that as EXCO we know, but we don't want to do that. We just ask for a better managed school, so that we can be at ease and be happy bringing our children here every morning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll kind of do a hybrid. I know there are parents who need to leave and there are parents who need to do other things. So lunch is, bear with, I'm telling you a nice thing, don't worry, yeah? The parents who need to eat, I believe the caterer is on standby. Those of you who need to eat and leave, please kindly make your way to the back. That's where the caterer is hiding and they're ready. As the chair has said, 25 minutes, so it's 2 o'clock now. There is a microphone which will go round. And I'd like to ask if you raise a question, and then I will go to the responder. And state your name, please, for the record.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. So when all these things started changing, all of a sudden, zero expectations, zero consultation, because I believe as a shareholder anywhere, as an investor, you're considered. And when big changes like these ones are happening, we ought to be considered, because it's an investment. It's not a cheap investment, it's an investment that we are investing in our children, and we ought to see the return of our investment. So when you wake up and decide, oh, I'm gonna do this, oh, I'm gonna do that, think about the investor, because it is not, you're not like holding a gun on our heads to be here. Like she said, there are so many options. But St. Austin gave us some sort of peace, because being a Mr. Simba takes passion and intentionality. It's not with everybody. Not every teacher will be intentional with your child the way Simba has been intentional with our children. We have had a very challenging year 8. Our year 8 has had so many challenges. But he has looked at those children and told them that you can make it. It's a phase, it's a season. And those children, I'm seeing them transitioning now to becoming better teenagers, better adults. And they are becoming better with time, because that particular teacher didn't give up on them. But at the opposite of it is, I am at a crossroad where I have to think, what next? You know, what next for my 2 children? One is sitting for his checkpoint next year in year 6. One is sitting for her checkpoint next year in year 9. We are in a situation where it's either we don't have the stability of teachers, we don't have the stability of leadership, and we are left wondering, what next? Is my investment for the last 9 years just going to go like that because somebody sitting up there has decided it is? You also have to put into consideration our needs. as much as you're putting your investment first as an institution. Put our needs first as well. And the stability of the teachers, that one is, you know, it's like this, you know, teachers are an investment. Afford to be having good teachers come. Once our children have stabilized with them, then they are gone. When my daughter transitioned to high school, it was not easy, because it's not easy transitioning from this side to that side. And they had very good teachers when they went to year 7. One of them is Miss Tata, who did a tremendous job to represent this school in a very senior level. And she's gone. And then you come next time, she's gone. Like, what's that? You ought to work on keeping the best of the best. A best, a good teacher, then tomorrow is gone. The other point I raise is, it's not very many people. And we're going to support you, Mr. Sambo. We're going to support you. It's not very many people who can handle the generation that we have in that block. In that block, we have children who are preteens, they are transitioning. And we have adults who are 19, 20 in that same block. It's not easy to meet their needs and to have them coexist peacefully and without feeling intimidated by the 20 years old and the 11 years old. Mr. Simba has done that seamlessly, effortlessly. Because first of all, before he is a teacher, he has been a parent and a father to some of us who are, you know, not understanding where we are sometimes. But he has been a parent. And like John Willis said, he is who he is because of that teacher back in his high school. He made an impact in his life for who he is today. And I'm going to ask the director one question. Why change? What is working? Because as parents, we never complained. We never complained. We never said, oh, we have issues with Simba. We never said we have issues with this one. Why change a system that is working? And because I was telling the parents we are sitting with that I have not heard anybody say, oh, we appreciate the changes that have been done for the last 1 year. Nobody has appreciated the changes. I mean, everybody has complained about those changes. So consider us as investors. Consider us as the reason there is a St. Austin. Because if there is a mass exodus, trust you me, you're going to go back to those changes and reevaluate them. And by the time you are coming back to where you are today, it's not going to be a 2 years experience. It's not going to be a 3 years. It will take you a lot of effort to convince the next generation of parents that St. Austin is the home they need to be in. Mr. Simba, you have made my life in St. Austin a smooth one. I have had peace. My child has come with issues, bullying, this, that. We have come to your office. Oh, what are we going to do about bullying? What are we going to do about this? Why can't you expel this? Why can't you halt this? And you have told us it's going to work. They're going to be fine. They're going to be fine. And I can say that has given me so much peace and reassurance that my child is going to transition peacefully. Without you, with Dr. Sambu, Dr. Sambu, you have a lot in your plate right now. You have a lot. And we are trusting God that God is going to see you through. And as the support system, we're going to give you the support that you need until God knows when. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So could we just, anybody raise their hand, and could we ask that we have as short as possible so that we can give as many parents as possible an opportunity to talk. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I think I'm among the youngest parents here, and my son is in playgroup here. I have 2 other children in other schools. This is my second time being here, and to be honest, I came because I don't know anyone else apart from my teachers, my son's teacher. And as a new parent, I could tell that there's a problem in the institution, even before anybody told me. There's quite a lot of changes, and there's quite a lot of falling standards when you're comparing the institution against others. So I don't know the background of it all. I don't know where the changes need to happen. And before I even came here, I had heard of Mr. Simba. And I came here because of the reputation that was there before. So mine is just a comment that the people that are supposed to be doing something need to start doing something. And I'm really looking forward to that 5-year plan, because it kind of will give us a direction and answer a few of the questions for not just myself, but many other parents that are just joining the St. Austen's community. Because as it is right now, it just feels like everything is all over the place and things are not just working. First instinct is to jump ship, but there's a reputation there that makes you want to stay and see if these changes that are coming are going to take us somewhere aligning to the reputation that was once there, out there for St. Austen's. So just a small comment from me.
Thank you.
Thank you. My question is I'm addressing the board and the CEO in particular. When I look at this institution, simple mathematics tells me this is about 1.3 to 1.6 billion shilling revenue per annum. Now, as you're developing your strategy, the rubber eats the tarmac with the numbers. I would like to know what percentage of your net income you're going to dedicate to staff incentivization. And why do I ask this? Simple mathematics tells me if I assume a 10% net income, that tells me that's 140 million shillings per annum. Now, out of that, what are you going to dedicate? Because we want to hold you into account with that strategy. A strategy without measures is just another document. Thank you.
Okay, we've still got some time.
Thank you for this opportunity. I think for me, I'd just like to, it's not a question, it's more a comment or directed towards Mr. Simba, really. So I've known Mr. Simba a long time, but I've been in St. Austen's for 2 years. So when my son transitioned back to Kenya, I didn't even think about a school. And why is this? Is because I have seen Mr. Simba and what he has done for your children without you knowing, for our children without our knowledge. And I don't know if he is going to forgive me for this, but Mr. Simba has, one, his personal ethics that I watched, just as a friend, discipline, dedication, and all this was towards the school. As he says, he thinks about the school the last thing before he goes to bed, and the first thing when he wakes up, he thinks about the school. One of the things that we don't know is that when every academic year begins, Mr. Simba goes on a long fast and prayer for your children. Every beginning of every year, he goes on an even longer fast for the children and for the school. And when my son was coming back, I did not look for a school. I asked him, can I bring my son to your school? And he was like, yes, this is open for you. And I brought my son here for that one reason. And when he told me he was leaving, I was blowing his phone, just asking him, Bana, what's the plan for us? And I'd like to thank you for the sacrifices, the silent sacrifices you've made for St. Austen's. And the difference that I saw when my son joined the school, 2 years down the line, and same thing, I used to go to his office, I'm like, hey, Bernard, today this is the thing, and the assurance, and I didn't even have to walk into school to be assured that my son was fine. and what has happened to him academically, character-wise, discipline. Even him, when I told him Mr. Simba is leaving, he was heartbroken. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Simba. From a very personal standpoint, thank you so much for what you've done for my son, but thank you so much for what you've done for every single child in this school. And for sure, St. Austin's will miss you. Asante sana.
Good afternoon once again. Thank you. Well, I've known Mr. Simba through my daughter Ivana. But for me, is the issue that our team has raised about an account. I don't want to say where I work, but when we feel like parents, our money is not being accounted for, I get concerned. I have two other bigger children, and they are in the CBC and one in 844. But I can tell you, Madam CEO, we need to up our game in terms of facilities. You go to Riara Springs today. That's why Eda Gishukia was honored by the president. We need to improve this place. Microphones not working. Go to Riara Springs and see what they are doing for our children. Go to Riara, you'll see what they are doing. We are paying a quarter of what we pay for my younger children. We contemplated taking them out. We were offered a place. But my Ivana insisted she has to stay. Why, in an international school, don't we have drama club like Riara Springs? How? Come on, guys. Why don't we have world scholars? My firstborn is turning 18. She has done so well, she's gone to Yale University to compete. They're even offering her scholarship. Guys, we're in an international. I told the teacher, I'm actually thinking of going back to CBC. Because if you're told you're in international school, you should be somewhere competing in a certain level. Let's start with the basics. We need to have an account. And thank God I came today, I'm a PT, whatever I am. I will make sure we have that because it starts from there. I am like Mr. Simba. Integrity must be upheld. Accountability, transparency. Our Article 10 of the Constitution must be honored by us even as we fight Kasongo. It must be. 2, I have a baby in reception class. My son has refused to go to the toilet, and now I understand why. If our toilets for the younger ones are spoiled, really, there's a problem. 2, my daughter was in Kianda. These things that Fatma is bringing in now, our girls have their normal monthly issues. Kianda, they have them in the toilets. You don't need to tell parents to give. They even had teachers in class. The basics, Madam CEO, and whoever else is taking over. We need to walk around, see what other schools are doing. We are paying a quarter of that we pay here for that. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Jackie. Mine is a comment and to give Mr. Songe thanks. I've been in this school for maybe for the longest. My first two kids joined here in 2000 when St. Austin's was St. Austin's. Then there came a change in 2008 or 2009. And they moved with the principal who was here. The standards went down. Where I went, Songe was there. The school shot and overtook this school. After some years, Songe came here. I followed him. But my two kids are who they are and where they are because of Mr. Songe. And I don't understand that in that transition, where the school went down and finally got a good principal, you should let a good community go, really. Because maybe other parents are not here as old as I am. But I've seen with my other child who is doing O level, when I followed Mr. Songe here from where he was, my kid has really changed and has really upped his game. So I'm just asking the management and the CEO, why would you let a good person who is working go? and you don't know what is the next move. Better have the devil you know than the angel. You don't know. This is my personal issues because my kids, I brought them up myself. Their father died long time ago, and because of Mr. Songe, took them personally as his own. They are older, they're over 30, and they are working, they're independent, and they've excelled wherever they are. And this other one also is excelling, really. My plea, the board should think twice. I mean, that's me. Because my son personally told me, Mom, if Mr. Songe is going, I'm not going back to St. Austin's. So what can I do? Nothing. So he's doing O-level and he's leaving. And I have to follow that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Songe.
Okay, last two, please. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Jackie. Mine is more of a comment and a request to the CEO, Ms. Jadida, and Professor Suke. One of the things I believe in is, and I think it summarizes what we're talking about today. People buy people before they buy product or service. People buy people before product or service. That is why you go to your barber shop. That's why you go to your mechanic. That's why, I mean, whatever it is you're doing, you're not going to the institution, the walls, the hotels you go to, the airline you choose. It's all about the experience. The experience comes from people. So, to the CEO and to Daktari, change is inevitable. But I think for me then what my ask would be, as part of PA, we've said that in the board we should consider having the PA chair and an alumni of the school. My humble request is, can we propose to have then Mr. Simba as the alumni? Because we also feel that whatever issues we're having, whatever vision and dream he had, he will be able to carry it at those higher levels. Thank you.
Willis? Oh my goodness. Can I have Willis? We said one more, so Willis, please. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. I think there's a lot I would have said on all these issues of Mr. Simba and the school in general having sat in the last PA. However, I will ride on a few comments that has been made by a parent who was sitting here and the last lady who spoke. And I'm a firm believer of, if it is working, don't fix it. And so I'm at loss when I hear all that is being said about Mr. Simba and the fact that he has stated here today that he's still going to be a teacher. There's a strong sense and feeling that he has not left willingly. But however, St. Austin is bigger than him. And so moving forward, my plea as a parent, if we could, and this is a challenge to the board, the CEO and the board member. If you are not going to support Mr. Sambu, then all we are saying here is in vain. If we are not going to look into the teachers' affairs, then all we are doing and saying here is in vain. There are so many schools out here, they have no infrastructure to talk about, but they have results. Why? Because the teachers are taken care of. The staff feel like they belong. I drop my children here early in the morning and I find the teachers here and I'm sure they are not being paid overtime. Why? Because they are dedicated to their work. And finally, to the CEO and the board again, when you make a commitment to their parents, make sure it happens, because some of us are lost to explain some of the feedback we give to them, and when it comes to implementation, it doesn't happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Willis. And keep a hand on that microphone, because I'll be coming back to you. Okay, it's 25 past. I've respected the chairman's 25 minutes. We cannot, we can run this all day, basically. So I think we can close there. I would like to, again, thank you all for being here. On behalf of the PA, on behalf of the executive committee, thank you all for being here. You know the structure of the PA now. I think the parents are becoming more familiar with the resources that are available to you to make your voice heard to the management. And it's very important that we make use of the resources that you have. So it's important that you keep in contact with your class representative. They are the key to you being heard. So when they write to you, please respond. Please join the community. Please join the WhatsApp community. If you don't know how, please come and speak to me. We need to continue this conversation. So join the community, respond to your class representatives. You've heard of a strategy meeting that's coming. Please come. Show up. That's what we were told to do. So I will say it 100 times if I have to. Please, let us show up. Thank you. And if nothing else, I would like to invite Willis. I prayed for him. He disappeared. So I'm going to ask him to give the closing prayer, and then we can proceed for our meal. Thank you, Willis.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, let's pray. Sovereign Lord, we are so grateful for us as parents just to have an opportunity to meet, talk, discuss, and have deliberation of our children. We want to thank you that the discussion, the deliberation that we've had here have been fruitful. Lord, we pray that in situations where we have erred or have said things that we ought not to say, that Father, you will forgive us. But I pray that moving forward, Father, we can be able to journey together for the sake and for the life of our children, as a school, as parents and the children. Father, we pray that you will continue to guide them. We pray that you will continue to protect them. We pray for their teachers as well, that in situations where they feel unappreciated, that they will know we do really appreciate them. That, Lord, in your own way, you will, just help us appreciate them in the best way we can, Father. Lord, we pray even for the management of this school, Father, that they will be able to listen to us. We pray that together we can make this school great. We pray for those parents who are not able to attend or for one reason or the other, that moving forward we can be able to meet and able to discuss. We pray that there will be better even flow of communication of decisions that are made and the impact that they will have on us and our children, Father. Lord, we pray for even the meal that we are taking, that, Lord, you will bless it. And even as we go to different activities, you will bless us and your name will be glorified. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Thank you very, very much. Karibuni chakula. Please have a lovely afternoon and stay